As we approach Valentine's Day this week, let it remind us of your perfect love for all of us and how you demonstrate that love to us every minute of our lives. In this, we must never forget your two greatest commandments of the Bible of loving you first with all our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and loving our neighbors as ourselves. So, Lord, I ask you again to bless each city leader and staff person here tonight. Let their voices and decisions be pleasing to you in a way that brings countless blessings to this wonderful city of Paris. And Lord, I pray that this council meeting tonight is guided by you, and through it all, you will be glorified and praised. Lord, we love you with everything we are, and we honor and praise you in the powerful and most holy name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 5 is a report on closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6 is our presentation announcements. 6A is the introduction of our Riverside County Fire Chief, Robert Fish. On up, Chief. So allow me to read his bio. Chief Fish began his fire service career in 1992 as a volunteer firefighter in Moreno Valley. From 1995 to 2001, he served as a state dispatcher and public safety communications officer 2 at the Paris Emergency Command Center. In 2001, he was hired as a firefighter 2 paramedic and was promoted to engineer paramedic and fire captain paramedic over the next 10 years, serving the Coachella Valley. In 2010, he transferred to the Emergency Medical Service Bureau. He was promoted to battalion chief in 2015 with the CAL FIRE San Diego unit as the Monte Vista ECC chief. He then returned to the Riverside unit in 2017 as Mountain Battalion chief and accepted the Eastern Desert Division chief position in February 2019. He served as deputy chief of Eastern Operations for the past 5 years and was appointed CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Unit Chief in December 2025. Chief Fish holds an associate degree in fire technology, a Bachelor of Science in Fire Engineering, Protection, and Administration, a CFO and a CMSO accreditations, is a state chief fire officer, and maintains his California paramedic license. Chief has been married for 22 years, and he has 3 children. One is a city fire engineer, a U.S. Navy Petty Officer, 2nd class, and the third is a pre-med college student. Welcome, Chief Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come and introduce myself. Paris is an important and critical partner to us as part of the County Fire Department. It has served as the seat of our County Fire Department headquarters and CAL FIRE headquarters since the late 40s, early 50s, and much of my career started just around here in the corner over at the Paris ECC. I'd also like to congratulate the city on its successful temporary Station 105, and moving forward with the construction of the 3rd fire station here in the city. Monumental accomplishment and very meaningful to the public. I'm just coming to introduce myself, and Clara, please let me apologize. I've been chasing you, but we haven't been able to connect our schedules, and I'd like to spend some time with you and hear more about the city. To the council, again, the County Fire Department's here to provide you world-class fire protection services. We value you, and we want to continue to be a good partner. I'm just here to commit to that and to ensure that you know if you ever have concerns or questions that we're always here to help you solve your problems. We want to be great partners.
Excellent. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor,
Good night.
anybody
Oh,
have
I'm
any
sorry.
comments? So what I would like for you to do is hang tight for a while. we're going to do the next presentation, and then we're going to come down and take some pictures, and we'd love to take a group shot with you as well, too.
Sure, excellent. I
Thank you.
love that. Thank you.
All right, item B is the City of Paris Employee of the Quarter recognition for the fourth quarter of 2025. This item will be introduced by our Director of Administrative Services, Ms. Saida Amos-Scar.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item will be presented by Community Services Supervisor, Ms. Cynthia Lemus.
Thank you, Saida. Honorable Mayor, members of Council, tonight I am proud to recognize Jordan McClanahan as the Employee of the Quarter. Jordan began his career with the city as a recreational leader, assisting with sports programs and covering the gym. From there, he expanded his impact by supporting YSC and special events, quickly showing his commitment and leadership. He was promoted to Recreation Coordinator, where he continued to lead special events and activities, and a few years later was promoted to Senior Coordinator. In that role, Jordan took on the responsibility of overseeing the Senior Center, ensuring it remained a welcoming and well-run space for our senior community. His popularity among the seniors he served speaks volumes, showcasing his genuine dedication, strong relationships, and ongoing commitment to creating meaningful programs and positive experiences for them each day. Jordan brings 9 years of service with the city and over 15 years of experience in the rec field, making him a true asset to our department and the residents we serve. Outside of work, Jordan channels his creativity and passion into running his own music label, dedicating his time to music production, engineering, and marketing. You can even catch him on stage under the stage name Clutch Royale. Tonight, Jordan is joined by his mother and his sister, and we are honored to celebrate both his professional achievement and the support system that stands behind me. Please join me in congratulating Jordan McClanahan.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you so much for this prestigious and honorable award. First and foremost, I forgot my speech, so I'm right off the dome. So just bear with me. I really do appreciate this. First and foremost, to the council and management team, thank you guys so much for believing in me, giving me the opportunity to work here, to be here for so many years. To my coworkers, to my supervisors, to everyone who's here, I really appreciate just being there and pushing me to be the better version of myself possible every day. To my family that's here, I just appreciate them for really pushing me on the days where I didn't feel like being here. And, I just really appreciate all of the times, the efforts, the tears, the crying, the praying. And this is just truly a blessing, and I thank everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, we're going to come down. We're going to present you with a certificate or a plaque, and then we'll come back and make some comments about you. Story of my life. All right, Jordan, congratulations, Employee of the Quarter. Upon recommendation of city staff, the mayor, and the council, proudly present to you the Employee of the Fourth Quarter. May it be known that the Employee Recognition Committee hereby acknowledge Michael Vargo. Typo. We'll get you another one. We acknowledge you for your dedication and unwavering commitment to the city of Paris. Your efforts are commendable and greatly appreciated, presented on this 10th day of February 2026. So come on, council, can please come down over and give Jordan a handshake. I'll take some photos after that. So in addition to we're also going to give you a gift card for $150. So let me know. Let me know when we're going to go shopping so I can be there with you. All right. And then in addition to that, we're going to pin you with the key to the city.
Mom and sister.
Mom and sister, come on up, mom and sister, and give us one of your cameras. We'll take a picture. Finally, someone I can see eyes.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
All right, council, anybody want to make some comments? Did the chief leave? Chief? Okay, he's gone. Any comments for Jordan? I have Councilman Corona in the queue.
Yeah, I did have some comments for the. I did have comments for the chief.
You know, we can still do it. It's
All
being
right,
recorded, so
yeah,
go
I'm
for
sure
it.
he could watch it later on. But I do want to just welcome the new Chief Fish to our city. It seems like he comes with a lot of accolades and accomplishments, and I do hear a lot of great things about him. So I'm sure he'll enjoy his time with our community. I also have comments for Jordan.
Yes, go
okay.
for it.
Jordan, congratulations! I had no idea that you were gonna be the one getting the Employee of the Quarter. So I was really happy, well deserving. You're a true asset to our community, especially to our seniors. And you always come to work with a great smile. And I'm sure the community also appreciates your positivity. And I do hope that I'm sure that your mother and your family are as proud as you for raising a wonderful son and for all the great work that you do to our city. So thank you.
Councilwoman Vallejo?
Yes, and I also want to first congratulate Fire Chief Robert Fish. I've met him a few months ago, and he's a very, very nice, knowledgeable man. So I just can't wait to welcome him to Paris and then see what partnerships we have there. Secondly, I would like to thank Jordan. Congratulations, man. I actually knew Jordan before I became a council member. He knew me when I was just a part-time rec aide, and you are probably like the most realist employee out there. You keep it real with me. You gave me so much advice on how to move higher up in here. So Jordan, I really appreciate you. You are such a nice and amazing person. Every time I see you, you have nothing but good smiles and the most stylish person here, I can tell you that. But thank you for being you, and thank you for never changing. I appreciate you.
Councilwoman Nava?
I too would like to extend a warm welcome to Paris, to our Chief Fish. And congratulations, Jordan, and to your family. I thank you for everything you do for our community. We have the opportunity to interact during community service events, and you do a phenomenal job emceeing all the events, and you just have a really good way to work with community. So I truly thank you for everything you do, and I wish you much more success here in the city of Paris. And again, thank you to your family for being here and supporting and for allowing us to get the best of Jordan. So thank you so much.
Councilwoman Rab?
I want to start off by congratulating Jordan. Been here nearly a decade. Seems like you've been here longer than that. And I remember Joe Vargo called you Jordo. So every time I see you, we joke around and call you Jordo. Can always count on you to bring positive vibes to the city, where it's emceeing different various events, rods and rails, different festivals throughout the city, and working diligently at the senior center. So keep up the good work, and employee of the quarter. I feel like you're one of those employees that are employee of the year. So thank you so much, and congratulations for your family as well for helping you out. I also like to congratulate Fire Captain Fish for coming to the city of Paris, for coming back to the city of Paris and serving us. Look forward to working with you over the next few years. Thank you.
All right. My man. Congratulations, Jordan. Very well deserved. And I can also say, too, that got a lot of happy smiles over in the senior center. I go there a lot. You are doing a great job. You are an asset to this department, to this city, and I appreciate everything you do. And look forward to many more years of having you here in the city. And to our fire chief, I want to make the distinction. He is the new fire chief who oversees all operations in the Riverside County. Our city fire chief is in the back, Scoville, raise your hand. He's our fire chief for the city. That's his boss that we just introduced. So we welcome. So if you remember, the past fire captain or chief was the guy that was like 8 feet tall. I stood on a chair and he was still taller than me. So, but we welcomed our new county fire chief, Robert Fish. So. All right, so moving on, we have item 7 at our Youth Advisory Committee communications. Tonight it will be given by Amy Reynoso, the Vice President.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, and City staff. My name is Amy Reynoso, and I'm honored to serve as the Vice President of the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm pleased to share several exciting updates on behalf of our committee. First, YAC recently hosted its 10th annual Job Shadow Day, which was a great success with over 200 students and 30 businesses participating. We thank you to all businesses, staff, and volunteers who made this event possible, and to the Mayor and City Council for your continued support. In addition, our Parks Beautification event held on January 20th was well attended and impactful. We invite the community to join us for our next Parks Beautification event on Saturday, March 21st, 2026 at Gotes Park. In addition, as for upcoming events, YAC will be assisting at the city's Black History Month celebration on Sunday, February 22nd, 2026. We are excited to support this meaningful event that celebrates culture, history, and community. Our next YAC meeting will take place on Tuesday, February 17th from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the council chambers. We welcome youth who are interested in leadership, civic engagement, and community service to attend and learn more about how they can get involved. Additionally, on February 25th, 2026, the Public Services Department will be hosting a Montlay Scholarship Workshop at the Statler Youth Center from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. This workshop will provide students with information on eligibility requirements, the application process, and tips for submitting a strong application. We encourage eligible students to attend and take advantage of this valuable resource. Lastly, the YAC application for 2026-2027 term is now open. The deadline to apply is Friday, May 1st, 2026. Availability is limited, and we encourage all eligible youth who meet the requirements to apply and become involved in serving their community. As always, we encourage our community to stay safe, stay engaged, and stay connected. For the latest updates on YEC programs and events, please follow us on social media at Paris YEC. Thank you for your time and your continued support. We truly appreciate your partnership in helping make Paris a vibrant, welcoming, and inspiring place for youth and families.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, item 8 is our public comments. This is the time when any member of the public may make a comment on matters that are not listed on our agenda, but they are matters of the city. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. J.C. Franco?
Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Hi, good evening, council. My name is J.C. Franco. This is Jimena. She's going to share Skittles with the entire crowd here, so everybody split one. I came to share a little bit of an anecdote. I am an adjunct professor at a local community college. I've been so for I've been so for the last 5 years, and I want to share an anecdote really quickly, if I may. This is from an email that I sent to a student. Hi, Mr. Fernandez. I very much appreciate your assignment submission. It's come to my attention that a portion of your submission appears to be AI generated. I wish for a course to be academically challenging and a nourishing experience. Perhaps your assignment was only slightly influenced via AI. Do let me know if there's any way I can help. To which Mr. Fernandez aptly responded, "Trust me, bro." And that was the extent of it. I gave him an A. There was nothing I could really do at that point. I had to pass that assignment just because the sheer courage to do that, but because I really couldn't check my student if that was their intent or not. And so that anecdote, while it just happened, I just started my semester, it served as an example for how we treat those developers and folks that want to be a part of our community, want to do work in our community, and that the "trust me, bro" narrative is one that we as a city, as a community, actually can challenge. I couldn't do that with a student, and I took it as a joke, but we and you all have that responsibility to protect the community and to challenge whenever developers make empty promises, whenever developers suggest any means by which they aren't supplying formative data, formative information that we can verify ourselves. So with that footnote, I yield my time and I thank you.
Thank you.
Ismael Gonzalez?
Good evening once again. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. Hello, City Council, City staff. It's a pleasure to be here again. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I'm from Moreno Valley. I want to remind you of that just because I want to keep this respectful, but also it's relevant in today's news. The LA Times from last week made a article which headlined read, "Moreno Valley votes against warehouse moratorium, buckling local trend." You've seen me here before in January, December, November, when you guys were considering your own moratorium, and credit is, valid where it's due. I'm here to give you credit in passing your moratorium, even extending it for 10 months. It could even be extended later, right? Unfortunately, I'm here as a defeated Moreno Valley resident that, unfortunately, I can't say the same for my own city. But there was a lot of coverage from the LA Times, from CBS LA. The reason why I'm bringing this back up is because 9 other cities reportedly passed moratoriums in some fashion, including yourselves. So respect where credit is due. I also want to bring up the issue of artificial intelligence, just like my colleague JC did right now. It's an ongoing pressing issue. I think back when you were Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Rabb, he said that AI data centers and AI in general will be the issue of our time. Here it is coming to our front door, you know, here it is having a real world implication. And I also want to remind that a lot of these corporations that operate AI data centers are looking for new locations to operate them, right? We have a lot of empty, vacant warehouses here. Please be proactive in setting an ordinance, a ban on those kind of opportunities, operations. Please don't let AI data centers come here, because this community, according to your own deputy superintendent for Val Verde, says that 80% of his constituents, his residents, are Latino, Hispanic. So what's the point in having AI data centers here in communities of color with a council of people of color, where it's only going to affect us negatively, right? We're going to be the communities hit hardest. I'm from Moreno Valley. There's flock cameras everywhere in our streets. I hope you guys understand the dangers that they pose, because those flock cameras are reporting everything that they could see back to those AI data centers and back to ICE, back to the Department of Homeland Security. And really, they're violating our constitutional rights. Please be proactive, set an ordinance against these kinds of things, and protect your communities before they get.
Thank you.
Carlos Cervantes. Carla Cervantes. Ashley B. That is all.
We'll wait a couple of minutes, see if they're going to come over. All right, let me move on to item 9. If they come in, I'll go back and let them speak for their public comment. Item 9 is approval of the minutes. 9A is consideration to approve the minutes of the regular joint meeting held on January 13, 2026 of the City Council, successor agency to the redevelopment agencies, and all those other entities as listed on our agenda. If there are no comments or questions from the council, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rabb. Please call the vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Okay, there's Ashley. Come on up, Ashley. Was Carla Cervantes back there with you?
I was in overflow too. Whew. Excuse me. I wanted to be on time for you guys. My name is Ashley Barton. I am here representing Rise Paris Pride. We are a queer-led organization for allies and other queer families, anyone who relates with LGBTQ. We wanted to say happy Black History Month for this month of February. And in honor of Black History Month, we're going to be celebrating Marsha P. Johnson, who was a queer radical activist and a Black woman, always known for her flower crown, and that's what we're going to be doing on February 28th. We'll be making paper flower crowns as our workshop. It's a safe meeting space from 2:30 to 4:30 right here at the library, at the Cesar Chavez Library. And I also wanted to say that I had been at the corner of Paris and Nuevo for both of the walkouts, or excuse me, technically there were 3. The first one was very small. And I wanted to say how proud I am of the students there. Everyone was being very respectful to me, of course. Many people asked me for help or for suggestions and opinions. And it was an amazing show of love from the community to the community, and I was so appreciative to see that. On the second walkout, there was about 50 kids, and this one specifically had kids from their middle school who had walked almost 3 miles, over an hour. And I was there on the corner with them when the accident happened. It was, unfortunately, reckless behavior, and somebody got hurt quite seriously. It was a child, and I had been seeing the coverage, and one comment stuck out with me. Where were the adults? And I want to echo that too, because I think I was the only one. Maybe there was another there, somebody had showed up later, at least for that particular day. On the third walkout, there were a few more. We need to be supporting our kids. I saw kids pointing out their family members. Hey, I know them. Hey, that's my mom, that's my uncle. And I can't speak for anybody. Everybody has their own reasons to be able to come out and not, but these kids need guidance, and they need leadership, and they need it from adults who know how to stand up for themselves and how to show kids how to stand up for themselves as well, especially safely. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that's Carla back there with the mask. Is that you, Carla? Okay, come on up, please.
Oh, good. Hi, good evening, Council. I try to rush over here. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here with the Fright Communities Action Coalition. We did send out emails for our follow-up summit on February 21st. I know that you guys, most of you already have plans that day, but if you guys can send any representatives from the City of Paris at this summit, we would be so grateful. At the last summit that we had in November, the City of Paris had some really good, strong representation there. And as you know, this new law, the AB 98 law, is already in effect. And so we will be attending the meeting tomorrow, and maybe we could invite some of the people who are going to be hosting that workshop to represent the City of Paris. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, going back to our agenda, item 10 is our consent calendar items. Consent calendar items are normally enacted in one motion. The mayor or city council may remove a consent calendar item for a separate action. Council, everybody have anything they want to pull? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve before I ask for public comment. Do we have any public requests to speak on this?
No, sir.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilman Rabb, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call the vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 11 are our public hearings. 11A is consideration to adopt resolution number next in order certifying the final environmental impact report, also known as FEIR, SCH 2024-080337, identifying EIR Alternative 4 as a project with a proposal 391,720 square foot partial hub on 70 acres on the southerly side of the site, and adopting the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, statement overriding considerations and findings of fact, and approving the general plan amendment 24-05175, specific plan amendment 22-05250, tentative partial maps 22-05251, TPM 38810, and 24-05198, TPM 38811. Conditional use permits 22-05005 and 23-05235. Development plan reviews 22-05239 and 23-00018 to facilitate the comprehensive update of the Harvest Landing specific plan and Phase 1 development consisting of a commercial retail center, water quality recreational basin, and a partial hub facility as described in alternative 4 of the project EIR, with the modification to relocate 391,725 square foot partial hub on 70 acres to the southerly side of the site, and introduce the first reading of proposed ordinance number next in order, approving the 24-05176 to rezone 5.54 acres in the northerly area of the project site from light industrial AI to multiple business use, which is MBU, and to apply the MBU overlay to 10.66 acres currently developed with the Valverde Elementary School, and approving development agreement amendment 17-05136 for specific project improvements and community benefits to facilitate the comprehensive update of the Harvest Landing specific plan and Phase 1 development, including the 391,725 square foot partial hub on 70 acres on the southerly side of the site. This is going to be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item will be presented by our Planning Manager, Patricia Brenes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, City staff. Thank you, Mayor, for the project introduction. Harvest Landing specific plan consists of 358.28 acres and is located it's located south of Placentia Avenue, where there's industrial and commercial development. It's located west of Paris Boulevard, where there is residential, commercial, and vacant land, north of the Paris Shopping Center, and east of Frontage Road and the I-215 freeway. The adopted Harvest Landing specific plan includes 1,860 units on 169 acres, 80 MBU units, and 43 acres of open space. The proposed project includes 615 units north of Orange Avenue, 190 MBU acres, 16.5 open space acres, and 46 acres of commercial area. The project includes updating the Harvest Landing specific plan in 2 phases. However, originally, the project included a total of 6 warehouses on the easterly side of the site, totaling 1.4 million acres, and 428,000 square feet of commercial development, a parcel hub approximately 322,000 square feet, and MBU areas for future development in Phase 2 located north of Orange Avenue. Prior to the Planning Commission meeting on December 17, the developer agreed to revise the project to be consistent with staff recommendation. And this is referred to Alternative 4. In Alternative 4, the project will remove allowances for any new industrial warehouses and distribution centers. It will retain the residential land use. It will also retain the regional commercial center and the parcel hub at 391,000 square feet, which is needed for the last mile delivery of goods to customers. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned earlier, considered the project on December 17 of last year and recommended approval of this project by a 3-to-1 vote and 1 recusal for the Alternative 4 modification. The specific plan that was considered by Planning Commission preserved the residential land use of 615 dwelling units north of Orange Avenue, and also the 16.5-acre sports park, eliminates the allowance of new industrial warehouses and distribution centers, allows only 1 parcel hub development for the last mile delivery of goods, and allows for commercial and business park development on the remaining MBU land. The Phase 1 development proposed as part of this project, located on the southerly side of Orange Avenue, will shift the parcel hub to the south, reduce the parcel hub, and these are Planning Commission recommendations, So they requested that the parcel hub be shifted to the south, that the parcel hub square footage be reduced in size from 391,000 to 322,000 square feet. The commercial shopping center remained the same. Also, the 12.91 acre basin with recreational amenities remained the same. And the MBU areas that are vacant are within parcel one phase one and phase two are proposed to be developed in the future. The phase two development includes the 16.5 acre sports park north of Orange Avenue and 51 acres of designated MBU for future development. So council is being asked tonight to consider the developer's proposed modified alternative 4. The applicant is requesting a larger building footprint for the parcel hub. So instead of the 322,000 square feet recommended by the Planning Commission, the applicant is asking for 391,000 square feet for the parcel hub. Also, the lot size or the area for the parcel hub is asked to be increased from the 56 acres recommended by the Planning Commission to 70 acres. And this will be to allow the end user, which is FedEx, to be able to, for their needed operations and to be able to do their on-site sorting and vehicle staging. The developer has indicated that the project's financial viability is dependent on FedEx's occupying the parcel hub facility under the current community benefits proposed under this project. And this slide shows you some of the uses that are permitted in the multiple business use or MBU designation of the Harvest Landing specific plan. And I'll just highlight some of them. Hospitals, hotels, grocery stores, administrative and professional offices, clinics, restaurants, video arcade, and residential uses. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing a number of community benefits, totaling approximately $35.5 million. And they include building the commercial shopping center at the same time as the parcel hub. Prior to occupancy of the parcel hub, at least 75 square feet of the retail shall be opened and operational. They're going to provide below market rate commercial rental rates. They're going to construct 5 public art installations valued at $2.5 million. They're going to build park amenities within the detention basin valued at $9 million. They're going to offer a relocation for Valverde Elementary School, which they're in negotiations at this time. They're going to coordinate a job fair, maintain a lifetime partnership with the city for the annual Christmas toy drive, and construct the 16-acre Harvest Landing Sports Park as part of phase 2, not phase 1. So without an increased square footage and lot size for the parcel hub, the applicant has indicated that the project will not be viable. And I'm going to go through some of the renderings and building elevations that are for phase 1 development. This is the commercial corner plaza from Orange and Paris Boulevard. This is a rendering showing the commercial corner plaza and the amenities, the passive amenities that you can find there. This is another view of the commercial corner plaza. This is a rendering of the entry into the commercial shopping center from Paris Boulevard. Now I'm going to go through building elevations of the commercial inline tenants. So the start that you see on the key map is the elevation that you're going to be looking at. And primarily the architecture is a modern interpretation of farmhouse in neutral colors. Here are some elevations. This is a rendering of the big box retail. This is a rendering of the basin with the recreational amenities, totaling, like I mentioned before, 12.9 acres. It's going to consist of pedestrian walkway path, exercise stations, seating areas, and this will be maintained by the commercial developer. The parcel hub that's proposed to be relocated to the south of the site will include 27,000 square feet of office area and 2,000 square feet of retail for a shipping store and services. There will be adequate parking on site for this use. They're proposing 14% of landscaping and a total of 839 trees, varied in size from 24-inch box to 48-inch box trees. This exhibit shows you the line of sight from the 215 freeway. As you can see, the landscaping and the proposed screen walls will adequately screen the trucks from public view. This is a rendering of the parcel hub this is the northerly area. These are the elevations of the parcel hub facility. This exhibit shows you the overall height of the parcel hub. It's going to be 54 feet, of which the ceiling height at the lowest point is going to be 30. The interior ceiling height is going to be 32 feet, and the 54 feet is needed to allow for the roof to be pitched, so there's adequate drainage, and for installation of the rooftop mechanical equipment. This is another rendering of the parcel hub and the landscaping around it. As part of the, since the parcel hub is proposed to be relocated to the south, staff is recommending that the condition of approval requiring, that was placed by the Planning Commission requiring that the new school must be completed and operational before the existing school ceases operation be removed or deleted, as the relocation of the parcel hub will no longer pose any land use incompatibilities with the sensitive receptors to the north of Orange Avenue. And the conditions that would be applicable would be planning condition number 26 and engineering condition 14E6. An EIR was prepared for this project, and the notice of availability notifications for meetings were sent to property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site, which exceeds the 300 notification requirement. The EIR determined that 4 areas are significant and avoidable, and they pertain to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. And adoption of a statement of overriding considerations will be required in order to approve this project. Since the issuance of the Planning Commission staff report, staff has received over 650 emails and 11 letters in support of the project and 12 letters in opposition. The comments in opposition do not raise any additional environmental concerns that haven't already been addressed in the EIR. This slide shows you the names of the organizations and individuals that submitted letters in support and letters in opposition. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council approve the Planning Commission's recommendation with the proposed amendment to move the parcel hub facility south of the site and closer to the freeway so that it's further away from the future residential development and the sports park north of Orange Avenue. Plus the addition of increasing the parcel hub facility square footage as the project financial viability is dependent on FedEx occupancy of the parcel hub facility. Without the increase in square footage and lot size, the applicant has indicated that there's no project viability to include the commercial shopping center components. Therefore, staff recommends the following. Adoption of the resolution certifying the final EIR, identifying the EIR Alternative 4 as the project, with the larger parcel hub on 70 acres, and adoption of the adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact, adopt resolution approving the project, and introduce the ordinances approving the zone change and the development agreement amendment to facilitate the comprehensive update of the Harvest Landing specific plan and Phase 1 development, subject to the conditions of approval and findings contained in the ordinances. Before I conclude, I'd like to read into the record that the public comments have been made available online, and the links have been provided to the City Council for consideration tonight. And that concludes staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and call on the applicant if he has a presentation.
The applicant just came up to me and just indicated that the sports complex will be proposed as part of Phase 1, but he can make that clarification during his presentation.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. My name's Tim Howard. I'm here to speak to you about Harvest Landing, which is our mixed-use development that reflects the balanced type of development that Paris residents want to see now and going forward in the future. No other project in the last 20 years that has come before a city council has brought more positive impacts for our community. I'm sorry. Can you? So no other project that's come before council in the last 20 years has had more positive impacts. This project represents a collaborative effort between ourselves as commercial developers and our community. Let me see. Tonight, I want to speak to 6 themes. I want to describe our community outreach effort, the commercial and retail section of the project, our FedEx parcel hub, our housing element, the outdoor amenities, and summarize the community benefits that we'll bring to the city of Paris. As I walk through these themes, it's about what has come to us from our collaboration with all of the residents and stakeholders within the city. Our first theme tonight is our community outreach. Excuse me. Over the last 4 years, we've had the benefit of much guidance, not only from City Council and the Planning Commission. As you see, we've made modifications to the plans. We've also received input from planning staff, the engineering department, building, and other city departments. We've listened to what the community communicated to them, and we've incorporated that into Harvest Landing. When we first acquired the property way back in 2018, I remember the first thing I did was reach out to the mayor and city council for guidance. What do you want to see in your city? How can we help you, and how can we improve Paris? I heard loud and clear that that Paris wants and needs a shopping center with better choices, sit-down restaurants, and an active community space. Our community outreach consisted of over 15,000 door-to-door contacts. The overwhelming response from these door knocks was that 86% of those respondents asked for more local employment. 86%. 84% support this project. When you sit down and talk to them and explain each of the components, 84%. We've hosted 5 community outreach events where we shared lunches, dinners with community members. That gave us an opportunity to sit across the table from them and hear what they wanted to be added to Paris and what they thought we needed. The whole goal was to elevate the bar, do a better job, and make Paris a model for the county. Let me move on here. So as Patricia mentioned, we've had online petitions, we've had supporter cards, That number now, with the online petitions as of this morning, bring us over 2,000 supporters. No one else has had near that amount of support. I think we've broken Kenneth Fung's desk with the amount of cards that we've dropped on his desk. You can see from the map here up on the screen, we plotted where the majority of the supporter cards were. And just so everybody can see, it's logical that it's around the project itself. The majority of the respondent cards that we received were in District 1. We also have our own letters of support from organizations. In your packet tonight is a letter of support from Valverde Unified School District. Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce has been a great partner to us, and they've indicated their support. The Paris Historical Society has been an invaluable partner. They've given us their perspective of what Paris represents past and what they want to see in the future. They've been super to deal with. From the commercial side, on our retail section, we have letters of support from Chase Bank, Hobby Lobby, and then our water company has also sent in a letter of support. One thing about Harvest Landing is we have a great amount of water from a well, and we're working with the MWD in order to put that into the system to create a stronger, more consistent water supply for the city of Paris. On the commercial front, this is our second theme this evening, and I'm going to go into detail about this. This is arguably been our most popular portion of the development. So I'm going to drill down on this a little bit. First slide tonight is a rendering of our plaza area. The plaza area is intended to be a community space. It's supposed to give us it's supposed to get us out of the car and walk. I'm happy to announce tonight that through input from you on the council, one of the things that everybody talked about was for our community, since the movie theater's been closed, we need a family fun center. And tonight, through a lot of work and phone calling and explaining our development, I have a letter of intent here that I can share, as I've shared with you the other letters of intent of the tenants for a family fun center, fun zone including bowling and entertainment attractions at Harvest Landing. So I'd like to enter this into, make this available to all of you. It's, let me just kind of give you an indication of what they're talking about. So bowling, arcade games, it's similar to Round 1 in Moreno Valley. So let me just go on because I'm going to drill down on this. This is an important part for who we are as Paris. We needed this. And so I rolled up my sleeves and I have been beating the phone. We tried to get Topgolf. They wouldn't come down here. We've got Round 1. And I think it's a great addition to setting off the tone of our plaza area, which is going to be connected to the residential and the business park via Paseos. So Patricia, I made her stand up here for too long. Anyway, she thought I was going to drone on. Let me be more definitive as to who is coming to town. On the left, you'll see the big box retailer, as indicated in Patricia's presentation, is Sam's Club. Sam's Club will own and build this facility. They will also be providing a fuel island as part of their development. I think this is significant, not only from an economic impact. This store is forecasted to do between $120 and $150 million a year in annual revenue. And given where we are as a community, I think that this is a big win for us. Then into our inline retail stores. Patricia shared with you the elevations. I'm going to share with you the names that go with those. We're happy to say that we have letter of intent with Dick's Sporting Goods, Hobby Lobby, Marshalls, Sprouts, Petco, Carter's, and Famous Footwear. All of those letters of intent have been delivered to one or more of the council members. So this isn't, pie in the sky. I'm not up here offering false promises. These are real letters of intent, and they're waiting on your action this evening. Let me transition the corner. I spoke about our plaza area. Those are those four little buildings at the corner. Again, those are connected to the new homes via Paseo, and with the guidance of the Historical Society, the Art and Public Places will give us places to walk to, sit, visit, and enjoy the day. Now, moving into the restaurants. These are all sit-down. We listened closely. We're not going to have any drive-throughs, okay? I'm tired of short shrift for Paris. We're not going to have drive-throughs. Unless Malcolm wants his coffee, then Councilmember Corona will get your coffee place. But from my perspective, no drive-throughs, okay? Thank you. It's all Mr. Mayor's work. I got to tell you, Mr. Mayor was serious about this. Let's move on now. Here's an elevation, the artist's rendering of the prior elevations that were shown. Again, it's a prairie style, but it has a craftsman influence. And that's the theme that is going to connect all of Harvest Landing. We want that theme because that's what the Historical Society talked about, and that's what I've adopted. You're going to see it in the housing element, and you're going to see it here. We need to do a better job and not take any shortcomings from anybody here in Paris. I'm putting my foot down, and I'm the first developer to do it. Here's our plaza area. Again, this is in the back. That's where we're having our family fun center. And so I'm committed to that. We also wanted this to be an area where we could host special events. I know I've been upstaged by the city's Christmas tree lighting ceremony, but council, we're going to participate in perpetuity in the toy drive. Okay, we have a commitment to do it. It's in the conditions of approval, and we'll put it in our leases. As long as there's a tenant in those buildings, they'll be participating in what I think is one of the strongest things that says Paris is our community, and that's our toy drive. The entire Harvest Landing development is it's a mix. I was telling people at our community outreach event is that if you look at each one of the components of this development, they're like a leg in a chair. The FedEx Parcel Hub is one of our key elements. In fact, without them, this project isn't available. And I'm proud to have brought FedEx to town. FedEx is recognized as one of America's most respected companies. as you look at their corporate image, as you see them in public, as you see them coming and calling on your home, they have the respect of like no other. This is a fantastic addition to our community, and these are the kind of jobs that we want. It's not Tim and Michael's logistics company that uses a staffing agency. Let me get into a little bit more background about FedEx, though. FedEx is a great partner for us. This building that they're building in is going to be an owned facility. It's not something that gets leased and they move out in 5 years. This building's designed for a 50-year life. They're not going anywhere. If we allow them and you approve this project tonight, these people will be here for generations. FedEx corporately has undertaken a major initiative to electrify its global delivery fleet. They're ahead of the post office. They're ahead of UPS. The corporate commitment is for them to be carbon neutral by 2040. Nobody else in town has done that. They're going to invest $2 billion in an electric fleet. They're going to focus on electrifying their pickup and delivery vehicles. So the vans that come to your house will be electric. They'll be phased in over time. It's not happening tomorrow, but bear with us. This is the company that's making the move to do it. They're leading the pack. The rest will follow. In 2030, they will only buy electric vans to come into our neighborhoods. Here's a picture of one. This is taken on 4th Street across from Denny's the other day. I took it myself. This is what it looks like. You've seen them. We're on the cutting edge. And so this is what will be the component that you will see more and more over time. Let me move on. Here's an elevation. Patricia showed it to you earlier. Let me tell you what's inside. This is the employee interest. This is the gateway or the front door to 27,000 square feet of office space. A typical warehouse has 2%. Do the math. If it's 290,000 feet, it's 5,000 feet of office. This has 27,000 feet that's operating. There'll be a regional vice president here. He's got his suite on the 2nd floor. Additionally, we'll have a ship center that's open to the public. So if anybody in this room misses a shipment and needs to get mama's Christmas present out, go here. There'll be a maintenance area where skilled technicians will repair the conveyors that load those small trucks. These are skilled people. These are not AI jobs. Let me just get into the building features. Again, there'll be 850 new jobs here. Full-time employees get health benefits. Ask the city manager how many of our logistics companies do that. She's going to tell you that it's a minority. These are career jobs. The gentleman in the audience tonight, the least tenured is 10 years. The most tenured is 35. You don't go to work at a company and work there 35 years if you don't respect the people and you don't have respect for the company. We've got them here tonight. Now, I know I get criticized about these buildings aren't state-of-the-art. This is a tool. This is a hammer. If I'm going to hang a picture, I use a hammer. Some of you have probably used a screwdriver. Nancy's looking at me like, yeah, I've used a screwdriver to do it. This is a hammer. It's a specific building with a specific use. It's not a warehouse. We are installing solar infrastructure on the roof. People want to know why it's so tall. We're hiding the solar array that's on the roof of this building. We are hiding the air conditioning that's on top of this building. If we don't build the thickest, strongest roof, the air conditioning will fall through the roof. If this were a warehouse, it would fall through the roof. In addition, I want to point out that because of our commitment to the city and our respect for the city, we are limiting the large truck travel is only going to be on frontage road. That is the city's dedicated truck route. We're not changing anything except the city engineer is making me rebuild all of frontage road. We're going to add 3 new travel lanes. It'll be widened to five lanes in total, center median included in that. We'll be adding 2 new traffic signals. The traffic signals will make sure that everyone working in this facility is safe and has the ability to get in and get out and not cause any traffic interference. One of the speakers this evening talked about AB 98. We've always been on the forefront of this. By following the Planning Commission's instruction, moving the parcel hub south, we are over 2,200 feet away from the nearest residential. That exceeds AB 98 requirements by double. Our traffic engineers have studied this project ad nauseum. We'll be making significant improvements to Paris Boulevard, but I wanted to point out that the parcel hub is only contributing about 10% of the total traffic volume. The rest of it's coming from our retail. We love our retail. It's popular with our residents. We're going to make sure that Paris Boulevard is improved properly. We're adding a traffic lane. We're putting in the city engineer's biggest, baddest storm drain system, and it's going to work, right, John? Okay. Here's our site plan. As you see it tonight, this is what we're asking approval of. The parcel hub, the big box retail, our inline retail, our family fun center, our plaza, all of those things come together and also our housing element. We have followed to a T the Planning Commission's recommendations. I noticed that one of the commissioners is here in the audience tonight, and I appreciate that he's in attendance. We've pulled out 1.5 million square feet of warehouse space. We are going to do better. Currently, hold on, this is going to get better. Just hold on to your hats here. That's right, and that's right. So in the areas that you're asking that we're asking you to designate as MBU, our planner, Patricia, the first use that she pointed out was a hospital. That's what I committed to Councilmember Corona in a conversation, and I have never not been able to produce. Our vision for the 50 acres in Phase 2 is to bring a hospital. Currently, the discussions that we're having with 4 different groups, and I don't have a letter of intent signed, but don't doubt me on this. We're talking to 4 different groups. We have a 200-bed hospital envisioned. If we're able to get that, we are going to blow through our employment numbers. The hospital alone will produce 2,000 jobs and close to $1 billion of economic activity. Let me tell you how determined I am to get them. If the mayor and I keel over dead right now and have a heart attack, which I might, the response time for paramedics is going to be quick. then what do they have to do? They got to drive me to maybe the county hospital, maybe I go to Riverside. We need that here. We're almost 100,000 people, and we don't have that. It's been a pretty easy sale for me to explain that we are in a desert here, and we need this health care. We have the new facility across the street, the health campus, and wouldn't it be great if we were able to bring some of those doctors over to this hospital and have them practice there? That's my goal. I've got 10 more years in this business, and that's what I'm going to get done. Let me talk. Our fourth theme this evening is our new housing element. Let me just jump into this. This is exciting. We have 615 new housing units on 50 acres that we can get after right away. There's been some confusion, and you can blame it on CEQA, you can blame it on me, but I think it's CEQA, because I don't want to take the blame for it. We've already had discussions with planning staff with a home builder, and I'm going to tell you about it. Just let me get going. But we have 50 acres by right, and if we approve the project tonight, we will have our first application into the planning staff within 45 days. We have the ability, with all that we have going on, we have the economic engine to drive into to build these houses and get that infrastructure in, okay? I'm happy to announce tonight, for the first time, I made that part up, is our housing developer is a third-generation house builder, home builder, community builder, and it's Germania Corporation. They started here in Moreno Valley. They've worked throughout the region. It was started by Kevin Wolf's grandfather, Hans Kirschimper. Hans started in 1970. His son-in-law came in, Kevin's dad, Bob Wolf. Bob's partner was Harley Knox. That should be a name that's recognizable to everybody here. Harley has the freeway off-ramp on the 215 as part of his legacy. I wanted somebody who was local. I wanted somebody who understood Paris, and I'm happy to tell you tonight that Kevin, it will be our home builder, and Germania Corporation is on our team. So let me just talk about the houses quickly. Within the housing development overall, there'll be 4.5 miles of new streets, curb gutter sidewalks. We're going to build it adjacent to the sports park, which again is going in phase 1. Patricia, phase 1. And the homes, as you see here, you can see the architectural similarities because we're trying to make, what does Paris represent? Paris represents this community. Paris represents a higher standard now. It'll be built adjacent to our parks. It'll be connected to the retail via Paseo. It's a Paseo. It's a big walkway that will get people out of their cars and get them down to enjoy what really is the essence of Paris. Again, Kevin will have that application in within 45 days from the approval this evening. Here's a perspective of what 615 homes looks like. It's adjacent to the soccer field, and I'm confident that we'll have many young people and old people enjoying this park. Just as an aside for everybody on council and everybody who wants to know, this development, the planting regimen is over 3,500 trees. And as our planning staff pointed out, the smallest tree that we will plant is a 24-inch box. We're not going and getting 15-gallon trees and telling you that this is going to grow and sit tight. I'm not waiting another 10 years for a tree to become viable. Let me just talk about the outdoor amenities. This is our fifth theme this evening. If you compared the numbers, this plan has 78 acres of open space, which dwarfs the prior plan. 16 and a half acres will be dedicated to our soccer complex. It's going to be run by La Academia. La Academia is a jewel that not many people know about. Certainly people in my business don't know about it. There's over 2,000 families that are supportive of this project, as we will give them a home field. This will be privately owned. It'll be maintained by La Academia, and it has all of the components that they need in order to host tournaments. And if we can get tournaments in town, maybe I can build a hotel out at the off-ramp. The complex is directly adjacent to the 13-acre outdoor amenity, which will have the pathway around it, and coincidentally, it's about 1 kilometer. It's 0.6 of a mile in circumference. So everybody training for your 5Ks or your 10, you know where to come run. That amenity will have outdoor stations. This photograph here shows some of those outdoor stations, as well as the art sculpture in place there. Here's what the stations will look like. So there'll be pull-ups, sit-ups, push-up stations. Some people refer to these things as park courses. This is just a perspective of, again, soccer complex next to the homes. Our final theme this evening is our community benefit summary. So we've all thought long and hard about how to make Paris better, right? That's our duty as being part of the business community and being part of the family that is Paris. I've had the opportunity through my community outreach events to meet people, listen to the folks, and become friends with them. And I'm proud to say that each of these, I'm just so happy to be welcomed in with my, as I call them, my familia. Let me just summarize one point here. On these community benefit summaries, these aren't willy-nilly things that are half. This isn't empty promises. This isn't half-baked. This is the real deal. Paris has one of the best planning staffs. Paris has a great engineering department. Paris has a great building department. It's a great place to work. The people understand it. They've listened to you. They've held my feet to the fire. They've codified each and every one of these conditions into what you are going to vote on this evening. This isn't any wiggle room. This is the real deal. What are we going to bring to Paris? As you can see behind me, we have a number of construction people. We're talking over time. 6,500 jobs as this thing builds out. Personally, I've always been committed to my union brothers. Why? As I know many of you have had the opportunity to visit with the carpenters, seen their training center. If you go through that training, you are the most qualified person that's on the job site. And I'm proud to say that we're going to have 3 project labor agreements. One with the carpenters, the other with LIUNA, and nobody knows what LIUNA does, okay? So I'm going to tell you. We're going to put $90 million of infrastructure in here. LIUNA will be handling the majority of it. These guys are absolutely the best. Storm drains, water lines, curb, gutter, sidewalks, they live here. They want this to be a success, and they will be the best craftsmen for our community. There will be 5,600 jobs created. As I mentioned tonight, FedEx is here. What a great way to start this. One of America's best and most respected companies. If we get this hospital in here, we're going to have 2,000 jobs there. I had the occasion to spend time at Paris Union High School's open house this last Friday. I saw the pre-programs that they have for healthcare professionals, nursing, those types of things. Those kids are, as we call them, our future. But wouldn't it be great to keep them at home? We're going to get this done. As I mentioned, there's $90 million in infrastructure. For those of you who don't know what that is, talk to the LIUNA guys. But I'm going to summarize it real quick. Curb, gutter, sidewalk, water lines, recycled water lines. That's what these gentlemen do, and ladies, okay? The economic benefits for this project. The retail center alone, according to DTA, which is your consultant, my consultant, as the tenants that I've laid out tonight on the site plan that I showed you with the Sam's Club, we will generate over $246 million of gross economic activity. Put that in your calculator against sales tax and think about it on next June. We are the beneficiaries of a great historical society. We are going to include a $2.5 million art and public places program. Again, we need to raise the bar so that the people behind us raise their bar too. We're going to do this through art and public places. Art is what binds us, and having the Historical Society give us the themes that they wanted to see. The ranching, the farming, a tribute to Clarence Muse, one of Paris's most famous and overlooked residents. Those are the themes that will be part of our program. The letter of intent that we have with Valverde School to relocate them to a site that's twice the size that they currently have and away from the freeway where the environmental impacts affect our children. This was something that I came up with. I acquired 20 acres and offered it to the school district. Again, we have our signed letter of intent with them, and we'll see if that's where they want to go. But it's an ongoing discussion, and I can't say more than that. Again, the 78 acres of landscaped and open space, 3,500 trees. It may not seem like much from an economic standpoint, but you know what it does? It raises the bar for development in Paris, and I'm proud to offer that. We'll have over 20 new shopping, dining, and retail options, 21 now with the Family Fun Center. We'll also have the 16.5-acre La Academia soccer complex. These kids deserve better. We're out of space. We're all over the region. We need to get these guys a home. And with that, I just want to thank I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this tonight. These are great people that we have as our neighbors. The kids have been fantastic. We've had more fun doing this project. It's taken 8 years to get here, but we're here tonight, and I'm asking for an approval from each and every one of you. Thanks very much. I'm here with a whole platoon of people to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. All right, before I open up the public hearing, Council, you have any quick questions? Okay, well, let's wait till we go into discussion. All right, this time I'm going to open up the public hearing at 8:02. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do.
How many?
58.
All right. In the interest of time, I'm going to allow for 1 minute for public comment, and we're going to allow for 1 hour of public comment. So starting at 8:00, we'll call it at 8:05. We're going to continue public comment hearings until 9:05. Highly recommend if you don't read off the same thing the last person just did, just tell us you support, you don't support. But, you know, we'd love to hear more people come up and give their opinion what they want, but just try to avoid reiteration of everything that everybody keeps on saying. It takes up more time. All right, so we're going to call off 5 names at a time. We have reserved seats up here in front. Folks, if you're not here to speak on this matter, I need you to give up those seats. And Madam Clerk, call the first 5 up, please. Yeah. All right, so for the union members, since you're all here in solidarity, if you would send 1 representative up, the rest of you guys can stand behind them and make your comment as a 1 group. Omar, I'll let you decide on who's going to do that. In the meantime, no, work with Omar. Omar, so what we've got 2 unions here. We've got LIUNA and we have Carpenters, so we're going to allow that for both of you guys. So we'll have Carpenters come up first, 1 person come and represent all the Carpenters, and then we'll let LIUNA come up. Is there another union besides the 2 there? Who are you with? Building trades. What? You're not going to know until we call them. No. I'm doing the unions first.
All right, good evening. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Julio Flores. I'm a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We do represent over, I would say, 500 of those members who live within Paris, right? I know we keep hearing all these different numbers, so I'm going to do a little bit of math myself. There's 500 members. Let's assume that every single member has a spouse, so that's about 1,000 members that live within your city, right? That's 1,000 people who, let's just say they have kids. Let's add another 1,000 to that, right? 3,000 people who depend on these type of opportunities, right? These type of projects to be able to build in the city that they live in, to continue to contribute and putting food on the table. This development is a no-brainer. It's put real well, really good. It's going to create lots of opportunities within this city. It's going to make it look 20 times better, and it's going to create a lot of jobs, and it'll help us to continue to contribute to our apprenticeship, to our pension, and be able to retire one day with dignity. That being said, hopefully you guys vote yes on the Harvest Landing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, LIUNA representative. So keep in mind, if you're going to be remaining here, she's going to still call through all the names. I would respectfully ask that if your name gets called up, please say I'm with the union so we don't have to bring you guys back up. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jose Garcia, proud member of La Una for the past 36 years. Music to my ears tonight. This project would bring retirement for me and a good opportunity for my kids that are following in my footsteps, as well as many. We have a local here in Riverside County representing thousands of La Una members that would love to work on this project. We are skilled workers. We're ready to build this project. We're ready to deliver you a world-class project here. As the developer mentioned, it seems like money ain't an issue here. Let's get this done right. Let's put people to work, not only in the construction, but in the other side of it. We want to see all our residents thriving from this, so please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, building trades.
Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for this time. My name is Albert Duarte, and I'm a representative. I'm the building business manager of the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. The first speaker spoke about trust. There are 6,500 jobs here. We do support this project. It's a beautiful project, and it's going to make a difference. But it's important that we have skilled and trained workers on every level. When you're talking about workers, carpenters and laborers, you're probably talking about 700 workers out of 6,500. That leaves 5,800 workers that need skilled and trained work. The building trades hires locally. We've got 2,500 members here in the area, and it's important that this is a complete building trades agreement. It just adds getting into the schools with our curriculum. Skilled and trained labor is the only way to go. But we do support the project. We just ask that it be a complete building trades agreement. And the bottom line is our workers make between $80,000 to $100,000 a year.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk, call the first five.
Michael Torres, Christopher Solis, Carlos Pacheco, Clayton Moore, Freddie Chavez.
All right, if your name's called, please come up to the front and have a seat. Sir, you can go ahead. Just give us your name.
Good evening. My name is Mike Torres. I've been proud to call Paris my home for the past 20 years. I grew up here, along with Malcolm and David. We went to school together. And now I'm watching my own kids grow up in the city that helped shape me. As a coach for Kicks FC, I'm not just coaching a team. I'm coaching, family members, kids that of friends of mine that I went to school with as well. These kids deserve every opportunity that we can give them in order to help thrive. So I'm asking this for you guys to see what we see and help get this approved. It's an investment in our youth, our families, and the future of Paris. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Solis.
Good evening, Council. Today I'm here to speak about the sports complex on part of La Academia. We're ready to take our level to the next step as well, to be able to be competing with the top clubs and just ready to make an impact in this community for everyone, the families, the youth of this community. It's beautiful to see what we're growing here as Kicks, and it's just something that we want to take another step and have something on our own to be able to attract more to this city as well. We compete with San Diego, all these counties, but Paris is still that little thing there, and we're ready to make our name on the map for the community and just know that we have the support from you guys as well too. Just providing a better opportunity for these kids and showing them what we really have here and be able to provide them the right step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Pacheco.
Madam Clerk, make sure to put the ones that did not come up to the side, and then at the end, we will give them one more opportunity. So you've called the first 5, only 2 showed up, so call the next 5.
Clayton Moore.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, Clayton. Call the next 5.
To the council and
Oh,
everyone.
Clayton, hold on.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm a little hard of
thank
hearing.
you.
Senior.
Maria Torres. Victoria Escobedo. Lenny Zarate. Jerry Sepulveda. Lupe Gomez.
Okay, if your name's called, please come up to the front.
And they call you.
Time is running, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to get to speak. Clayton, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I'm a senior here in the city, and I'm retired now. I've been in the city since 1999, so I watched it grow. And these projects that you're talking about, I think is going to be good for the city. And currently, some of the things that the city doesn't have is coming, because I had to go to Hemet or to Menifee somewhere to get into some of the projects that you guys are talking about. So I think it's a good thing for the city, and it will be nice if they stick. This is the right direction to go for Paris. I love this city. I've been here a while now, and I've watched it grow. So thank you.
Thank you.
Freddie Chavez.
Good evening. And I come to say to you guys to please approve this project because we do need it. I'm a citizen of Paris for so many years, and I haven't seen this. This is a future for our kids, a future for everyone, and to have a nice Paris, good-looking here. And others, they're gonna be jealous of us. And I approve it myself. Please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Pacheco.
Okay, you guys, you came up, she called your names, right? Just come on up. Just give us your name. I know it's
Maria Torres.
going to be hard to keep them in order. Just give us your name so we can mark off that you came.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I approve this project because I believe that we create traffic by going and look up the stuff that we don't have here, like Sam's, Shays, Olive Garden, all the stuff. I approve this project, and I really ask you guys to approve it because we need all this stuff over here. Thank you.
What's your name, ma'am?
Maria Torres.
Maria Torres. Thank you very much, Maria.
Victoria Escobedo.
Come on up, Victoria. You've got 3 people still up front here ready to go.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Victoria Escobedo.
Espérate un momento, señora.
Sí, gracias.
Can we get the translator up front? And we're going to give her 2 minutes on the timer.
Correcto. Buenas noches a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mi nombre es Victoria Escobedo.
My name is Victoria Escobedo.
Tengo 66
I'm
años.
66 years old.
He visto este país y aquí Paris creciendo.
I have seen this
Mis
country
hijos han crecido aquí.
and this city in Paris growing.
Nietos están creciendo
My
aquí.
children have grown here. My grandchildren are growing here.
He visto cómo está creciendo todo esto.
I have seen how all of this is growing.
Está hermoso.
It's beautiful.
Y primeramente es agradecerle a Dios
Firstly, I thank God
pedirle a Dios que nos dé fuerzas a todos por estos proyectos,
I ask for God to give us the strength to everyone for these projects,
por darnos toda la oportunidad a tanta gente de trabajar
giving us all this opportunity for all these people for work.
y darles muchísimas gracias a todos
And thank you all very much.
y que no se olviden de nosotros los de la tercera edad,
And don't forget about us, elderly.
porque estoy pagando mucho de renta
I'm paying a lot in rent,
y también tengo proyectos como ustedes.
and I have my own projects just
De
like
aquí
you.
a mañana,
From here to for tomorrow,
tener mi casita
have my little home
para mi vejez,
for my elderness,
porque soy una mujer luchadora como
because I'm a
ustedes,
strong fighter like you all.
y que crezca mucho y hermoso Pérez como siempre.
And for Paris to grow and to be beautiful like always.
Gracias por darnos la oportunidad a todos
Thank you for giving us the
de tener
opportunity
trabajo.
for having
Gracias,
jobs.
Gracias.
señora. Gracias.
Jerry Sepulveda.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm Jerry Sepulveda, President of the Board of Directors of your Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. After many meetings with the developer and continual adjustments over time, we believe Harvest Landing project is really fine-tuned and aligned with our goals as a city, as a chamber, eliminating all the warehouses and no potential future warehouses on the property due to the good neighbor policy that you guys all enacted. This is really right for Paris, and we're excited about the continual growth. We're excited about the developer and the plans. I mean, everything that he went over, we're excited about. Obviously, the retail, which will generate more taxes, which is obviously in need with the plans ahead, right? So we're very much in favor of this project, along with the jobs. We're excited about taking care of the job fair for the city regarding the project, the amenities, the housing, FedEx. You know, we're talking about careers, not just jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lenny Zarate.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Lenny Zarate from DTA's Public Financing Division. We have been working on the fiscal and the economic impact analysis for the Harvest Landing project since 2020. Based on the current site plan and prospective tenant mix, the current retail commercial component of the project is expected to encompass more than 424,000 square feet of a leasable space and generate more than $236 million in annual sales revenue. This revenue will in turn generate substantial sales tax for the city's general fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lupe Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I think we can see what happens when the community is heard, the community works together, works with the developers, with City Council, with the unions, and with the other community organizations. We've seen this project come a long way, but I am here to tell you and remind you there are still a few points that need to be addressed, and this is, of course, up to you at this point. This is your decision, this is your legacy. And so this is the only thing that would put this in a bow, if you will. A timeline, how long is it gonna take to get it to where it should be? And please require all of the letters of intent of those who will be coming in. I did share this with Tim when we spoke. That is something that I still feel very strong about. So above all, this is your legacy, and let's see where it takes us. Thank you.
Are you supporting or opposing the project?
I think I still need to hear from the city council to see where we're at.
Thank you.
The next five, Leslie Black, Alicia Adams, Ryan Sullivan, Vanessa Delgado, Eder Vasquez. Leslie Black.
Good evening, Mayor Vargas and City Council. My name is Leslie Black. I do live here in Paris. I came tonight because I truly believe in creating opportunities right here at home for families who live here in Paris. One of the reasons Harvest Landing resonates with me is that it could bring thousands of new jobs to our community. These are jobs that allow people to work close to home, spend less time commuting, and spend more time with family. The project also includes millions of dollars in road and infrastructure improvements at no cost to taxpayers. Those upgrades will make daily travel safer and smoother for everyone without placing any additional cost on residents. What stands out most to me is the project's long-term benefits to our city. Harvest Landing is projected to generate millions in annual revenue, which helps support public safety, parks, youth programs, and many services.
Thank you.
Alicia Adams.
Good evening, Mayor Vargas and City Council, and howdy neighbors. I am Alicia Adams, and I live on the corner of Paris Boulevard and Orange. So this project is going to directly affect me and my family. I would like to say that I've been here for 4 years, and I've lived in many cities, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, and when I say this community deserves this project, they do. Our children deserve it. Our parents deserve it. Our educators deserve it. We deserve to be able to not have to leave our city for family dinners, in order to have sports events, to work. We deserve this project. We look forward to this project, and I support this project.
Thank you.
Ryan Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Ryan Sullivan. I'm with CBRE. My team is spearheading the leasing efforts on the retail component of this shopping center. We've been working hard for 3+ years to bring these tenants to the table. I'm here to tell you that they're real. Not only do we have letters of intent, but we have real estate committee approval from most of the names you see on that site plan. These tenants are ready to sign leases. They're ready to go. We are excited about bringing these quality retailers. We've got Sprouts Market's going to bring healthy, natural and organic food to the community. We've got Dick's Sporting Goods. We've just got a great lineup. It's a first-class center, and we're excited about it. And we hope you give us our approval, and we can get going on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vanessa Delgado.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Delgado. I am the owner of Azure Development, and we are leading the retail development component of the project with Ryan. I've been working on this site plan for 4 years, and I am really proud of the tenants that we've been able to secure, but we couldn't do it without Howard Industrial contributing the land. And this opportunity means so much to me as the only Latina-owned development company in California. It's going to be something amazing, and I can't wait to build it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eder Vasquez. Eder Vasquez.
We got you.
The next 5, Felix Fernandez, Juan Garcia, Dan Little, Kevin Montes, John Bradshaw.
Hello, City Council. My name is Felix Fernandez, and I've been a resident of Paris for over 34 years, and I've seen the cities around us grow rapidly while Paris has grown at a very slow pace. The builder has put a lot of thought and hard work into this project and is bringing some wonderful and much-needed establishments into this wonderful city, and to disapprove it at this point would just be a disaster for the city and its residents. It is my belief that each of you as a city council member have done your homework regarding this wonderful project and knows the revenue it'll bring to the city. The Paris residents want to spend their money in Paris and not go to Menifee, Temecula, Moreno Valley, or even Riverside. I will conclude with you as city council members have a wonderful opportunity to do something great for the city of Paris and its residents. It is my hope that the city council will unanimously vote to approve the Harvest Landing project and do what is right for the city of Paris and its residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Harvest Landing project.
Thank you.
Juan Garcia. Dan Little.
Carpenter, yes on Harvest Landing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Montes.
How's it going, Council? How's it going, Mayor? My name is Kevin Montes, for the few that you know me. I am actually the founder of a project called the Lot 951 and Cultural Center. It's something that we're trying to bring here. For the past months, when I speak to people about something that's needed, it always comes back to a movie theater or somewhere where our youth can go program, have programs for them and everything. And that's a concept that I brought. I presented it to the mayor. I gave him just the concept of what it is. A 3-screen movie theater, a cultural center tied to it for the schools, nonprofits, and other people to be able to use and have their programs there instead of having to go out of the city. Another fact, we don't have a drive-in movie theater within like 20, 30 miles radius from here. Riverside, San Diego, and when they closed the movie theater here down, that was one of the visions that I have coming in here to this city. Because I'm new, I've been here maybe like going on 4 years. And that's one of the things that I have for here. Thank you very much.
Do you support or oppose this project?
Thank you.
John Bradshaw.
Mayor, council, you've really made a lot of good decisions lately in the businesses you brought in and the infrastructure you've been taking care of. I believe that a project like this can not only make the city look more beautiful, but it actually make the city grow from the point where you see it now to a place where everybody wants to come. So I do appreciate this, and I approve.
Thank you.
The next 5. Sal Amasquita. Julio Reyes Jr. Dean Daniel. Larry Bustos.
Thank you, Larry.
Martha Mata.
If your name was called, just come on up and just give us your name so she can check you off.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Dean Daniel, and I'm with Daniel Fine Art Services, which is an art consulting firm. We're working with Howard Industrial Partners to confirm, or to bring to Paris a quality art program, public art program, as part of this project. We have met multiple times with the Historic Society to go over and develop themes that they want to see and how they want to see the history represented through their art. And we will continue to work with them and develop as the art is developed. But together, we have discussed themes that reflect cultural and historic foundation of the area, including ranching, farming, railroads, mining, Native American history, and pioneering families. These themes will guide the artist in creating work that will not only enhance the development visually, but also educate, honor, and connect residents and visitors to Paris's past. We believe this approach transforms public art into something lasting, something that builds identity and pride while respecting the community.
Thank you, Dean.
Julio Reyes Jr.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Julio. I'm here representing La Academia and 2,000 families that are in on our club. A project like this would double those numbers of kids. Right now, we're keeping kids out of trouble, showing them how to be leaders in our community, showing them about colleges, guiding these kids to have a better community here. Having these fields will double those numbers. Not only that, apart from the fields, jobs. We're getting a plaza for our elder people. There's so many things that this project brings to our community. And those that have grown up here, like myself, this is probably the biggest project Paris has had. So this is a no-brainer for our community. We need this and we want this and we support Harvest Landing.
Thank you.
Martha Mata. Sal Amasquita.
Thank you, Sal.
The next 5. Rafael Martinez. Anthony Cruz. John Mott. Ann Mott. Parisa Jabeli. Rafael Martinez.
You need a translator? Yeah. Okay, espérate un momento. Make sure to double up the time.
Buenas noches, Mayor y Ayuntamiento.
Good evening, City Council.
Mi nombre es Rafael Martínez.
My name is Rafael Martinez.
He sido residente en Perris por más de 7 años.
I've been a resident of Paris for more than 7 years.
Estoy aquí en nombre de la Academia, del Club de Fútbol La Academia.
I am here in the name of Academia Football Club.
En este tiempo he visto cómo nuestra comunidad crece
During this time, I've seen how our community has grown
y cómo nuestras familias necesitan más espacios recreativos de calidad,
and how our families need more recreational areas,
mismas que proporcionen salidas positivas para los jóvenes
just as like it creates positive outcomes for young folks
y den sentido de orgullo.
and give us a sense of honor.
Por eso apoyo el proyecto Harvest Landing,
That is why I support Project Landing Project.
ya que es una inversión que traerá beneficios reales para nuestros jóvenes,
It's an investment that's going to bring real benefits for our young people,
nuestras actividades y el futuro de Perris.
for our activities, and for the future of Paris.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Anthony Cruz.
Good afternoon, City Council members. We heard from many of these residents here. I too am a resident, but let me tell you, these promises are nothing but empty. We've seen the same arguments happen at Bloomington. We've heard that this project will bring in taxes and revenue, but I say to you that we are given the bare minimum. If we wanted more that would benefit the people of the city, then we shall demand that the developers revise and continue negotiations if they want approval. We need commitments, not phrases that seem promising. I'm only 19. Yeah, I've seen that every time we allow a developer to come to our neighborhood, they leave with more than what they're given. But what we do know is that every time a developer comes into town trying to build warehouse-like development, there comes poor air quality and water quality and poor water quality, more traffic, and not to forget that the children and workers of Valverde Elementary Schools who get affected by the nitrogen oxide and MPDs that get polluted to the air that make up 70% of responsible gases that lead to the main indicator of cancer-causing symptoms. We need promises that are actually reflected in written.
Thank you.
John Mott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a former city councilman, and I definitely support the project. It especially should consider the $90 million in infrastructure and $3 to $5 million, they said, annually to your budget you could add. So that's very positive, because you need to look at everything financially. And I was on the city council when we did the specific plan for industrial in the north part of Paris because of the airplanes. We figured you can't build houses because of noise and height limitations. So what I really think you should do is stop the moratorium, like at least look at all your projects, just like you've managed this project very well between staff and the developer. It looks like a really, really good project, but I think you should do that on all your projects instead of having a moratorium. So thanks.
Thank you. Is Ann here tonight? Oh.
Oops. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the Council. My name is Ann Mott, and I'm a 43-year resident here of Paris, and also sit as a director for the Paris Historical Museum nonprofit. I am strongly in favor of this project approval, and I have a particular interest in the quality of the historic artwork that the developer will include and intertwine within the project. Our staff worked diligently on themes to be incorporated, such as the Native American history, Hispanic, Clarence Muse, our railroad history, mining, farming, and also the Caduras family who farmed and owned the property from the early 1900s. We toured a Howard-built business park, and we saw 50 examples of quality artwork intertwined in that development in the form of mosaic tiles, paintings, carvings out of various.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you.
Parissa Jabali.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Parissa Jabali. I am speaking on behalf of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I am in favor of the Harvest Landing project because it aligns with Paris's vision for smart growth. It brings retail, housing, community amenities, and quality jobs that will strengthen our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next five: Albert Duarte, Nina Ray, Dave Stewart, David Moore, J.C. Franco.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Nina Ray.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, members of staff, good evening. My name is Nina Ray, and I'm representing Darden Restaurant Groups, who are the parent company of Olive Garden. We have had letter of intent for over 3 years for this project. I'll really appreciate it if you guys can approve the project. We can have a quality restaurant here, so your citizens are not going to your neighboring cities and giving them the incomes that the city should be receiving. So I would really, really appreciate it if you could support this project. The developer has put a lot of work, has worked with the rest of the team at the city and had done a great job. So we really want to be part of your city and bring the Olive Garden and start construction as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
J.C. Franco.
You got to repeat that. They were clapping.
J.C. Franco.
Good evening, Council. My name is, again, J.C. Franco. I can't believe I'm going to use such colorful language, but trust me, bro, is literally all I heard during that proposal from the developer. It's honestly absurd. Put your money where your mouth is. Put it in the DA. Don't use audible last minute to put it like, oh, this is the promises you're going to get. That's absurd and ridiculous as a business and as like a signal of respect to the city. Secondly, the IT report that this is all hinging on, it makes a parcel hub look like it's some greenwash project. Quite honestly, it's a Hummer with solar panels on top. So it looks, it performs, and presents itself just like a warehouse. It's going to be ridiculous to see that development from Nuevo once you're exiting off the 215, just like you see the one that literally John Shardlow, the developer's lawyer, the projects in Eastvale and in Rialto, they're quite hideous. They look like warehouses. So please, I want this commercial, but.
Thank you.
Dave Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Dave Stewart. I am one of the officers of the Paris Valley Historical Association. I want to add my voice to Ann Mott's that we did tour the examples of the street art that this developer has put in other projects. And we came away convinced that street art such as that would do a very good job of enhancing and presenting the history and culture of Paris to the citizens walking through this project. Let me also put on another hat that I wear, which is I'm a retired member of your planning commission. I spent 14 years on it. And so I'm well aware of some of the issues that surround projects such as this. And in my opinion, the location of this project and the way it's been laid out makes a very good
Thank you, Dave.
The next 5, Kevin Wolf, Alex Madrid, Carolina Canas, Hector Lewis, Jose Osuna Fiznado.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff. Many of you know us from decades of working in this valley. Our family's been here for actually 4 generations, and God willing, July 13th, we'll have our 5th generation out here, be a grandfather. So we're happy to be part of the housing element of this project. We have been building and developing in this region for 3 generations, soon to be 4. We've done everything from Save March Air Base during realignment when my father was working with the Congressman Calvert. We spent time bringing infrastructure money while he was at BT&H and Caltrans. We have partnered with families like the Knox family to make sure that infrastructure is here so that when development did come, that we had the infrastructure for it. This project brings much infrastructure that's needed to not only better its own project, but to also help the surrounding community. There's a lot of housing programs and opportunities here, and we give you our commitment.
Thank you.
Carolina Canas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm reading a letter of support for Chase. Dear council members, this letter is to provide our support to the project as we feel it would be a great addition to the community as a whole. Chase has been approached many times by the mayor and economic development groups expressing their desire to have a Chase Bank in the community where we have none today. They express that the community has been quite vocal to a Chase branch in Paris, so they do not have to drive to Moreno Valley to do their banking. Chase is the only major bank to not have a presence in Paris. Chase is anxious to be a part of this project, and we have agreed to terms for a space within Harvest Landing to make this a reality, provided the city approvals are received in a timely fashion. Sincerely, Ronald J. Chester, Market Director of Real Estate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hector Lewis.
Thank you, sir.
Alex Madrid.
Thank you.
Jose Osuna Fiznado.
Good afternoon, council members and Mayor Vargas. My name is Jose Osuna Fiznado. I'm a resident of 9 years, and I'm also a full-time college student at NBC. And I'd like to talk to you all directly about Harvest Landing. And I don't think building new warehouses is the answer when in the city and in the Inland Empire, there are plenty of warehouses for sale which could use a new owner. When looking at the original draft for Harvest Landing, I thought it looked great as it provided a mixed-use development containing both commercial and housing nearby, which is sustainable in the long run without a warehouse. However, I'm nervous about what's going to happen if the new design gets accepted, as the city will continue to adopt old urban planning techniques by building big box retail and rob the city of our precious resource, land, by building new warehouses. Council members, once we place down fences and private property signs, it's going to be a lot harder to get that land back. Please consider what the residents actually want, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5. Omar Cobian.
Thank you.
Gabriela Valencia. Daniel Gonzalez. Julio Flores. Nanette Plasencia. Gabriela Valencia.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabriela Valencia, and I'm part of La Academia soccer community here in Paris. I support Harvest Landing. I've been a resident of Paris for way over 30 years. The only thing we've had is Sizzlers and the movie theaters, and now we don't even have the movie theaters. So as growing family with my children here, I'm tired of sending my money to Menifee and Moreno Valley and surrounding areas. My 3 children play soccer here, so we're very excited with the support that we're receiving. On behalf of La Academia, I respectfully ask that you approve Harvest Landing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, and I am in support of this project because personally, I've been a resident of 4 years,
And I'm tired of seeing an empty dirt lot every time I have to go to Food for Less. So please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julio Flores,
Thank you, Julio.
Nanette Plasencia.
Let's stop sugarcoating this. This developer is not investing in our city. He's extracting from it. He bought land that was not zoned for any warehouses. Fully expecting this council to change the rules so he could maximize profits for his multi-million-dollar corporation. He knew exactly what he was doing when he bought this property. The land was not zoned for industrial use. It was meant for commercial and residential purposes, no warehouses. And yet somehow we're now talking about changing the rules for him. How is that a win for our city? We already live in a city overwhelmed by warehouses. From our homes to our streets, we see them everywhere. And don't be misled. This is not just one warehouse for phase one. A yes vote tonight guarantees more of these warehouses when the moratorium ends. Once this land is gone, it's gone forever. We lose one of the last areas in our city without warehouses. This is the real cost of this decision. This vote belongs to you. You will.
Thank you, Nanette. Thank you, Nanette. Thank you.
The next 5, Ishmael Gonzalez, Tatiana Flores, Joaquin Castillejas, Miguel M., Yolanda Marquez. Yes.
Good evening once again. My name is Iswan Gonzalez, member of Sierra Club and the Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice. I'm in opposition to Harvest Landing. I do support progress, right? In Paris, you need it and you want it. I get it. But they're about to sneak in a parcel hub, right? With all due respect, I was here at the Planning Commission November 17th. Commissioner Harmon sat right there and told your legal aid, your city attorney, what's the definition to warehouse, right? And there was this mental gymnastics basically to define a new logistical facility, parcel hub. If you vote tonight in favor of Harvest Landing, you are setting precedent for all the other cities around here, including your future selves, where you are opening up the door to other parcel hubs, other warehouses. Because let's not forget it, FedEx, what is their business? Logistics. And guess what? Logistics demands warehousing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tatiana Flores.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in opposition to the project. This project and its EIR failed to adequately address cumulative health impacts. Paris and surrounding areas are already overburdened with logistics, parcel hubs, and distribution facilities. It only brings in more pollution, diesel truck traffic, noise, and public health stressors. And the EIR itself acknowledges the potentially significant and unavoidable air quality impacts that this project will have on the implementation of not only the air quality plan, but also the net increase of any criteria pollutant and exposures to sensitive receptors through its air quality impacts. EJ partners and residents have been clear even before Planning Commission that logistics, parcel hubs, and similar industrial uses should not be continued during MBU zoning. Yet these changes do not explicitly prohibit those uses in future phases, and without clear in writing, this project opens up the opportunity for that, and we see that this will.
Thank you.
Joaquin Castillejos.
Good evening, staff, city council, community members. My name is Joaquin Castillejos. I'm with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, but I'm here first as a Bloomington resident, someone who has seen the destruction of false promises and of projects like we see today. It feels like I'm in a deja vu right now, seeing the shirts that say, I support this project. and talking about all the promises that were made and what's happening now with Bloomington. Look at the all the destruction, and we have no warehouse. And you're trusting on an EIR when we've seen in the past that the EIRs are faulty, and that's why there was a lawsuit, and that's why this developer lost. And I'm asking you today to stand with the community of Paris, stand with the future of the health and safety of the community, and vote no against this project. Vote no against another Howard Industrial Project, unless they change everything. You know.
Yeah.
Miguel M.
Hello, my name is Miguel Muñoz Valtierra. I am actually Joaquin's neighbor. I'm from Bloomington, and I'm here as not supporting this project because I've also been in these spaces where the community was promised something so beautiful. We were promised jobs, and the consequences of having warehouses attached to this, these necessities that we need, right? We do need markets. We do need that walkable city. It sets a precedent that will affect generations to come. My example is that I've lived in Bloomington for so long, and now it's surrounded by warehouses because of this precedent that was set. Now I have to deal every day with the consequences of that. Traffic increases, and then the roads get messed up, and then there's no money to fix those roads, and I'm the one that suffers the most, right? And generations to come will suffer the most. So please consider those things and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yolanda Marquez. The next 5, Franco Pacheco, Violeta Aguilar, Fernando Gonzalez, Veronica Duarte, Ashley Barton.
Hi, my name is Franco Pacheco with the Indian Valley Alliance and Paris Neighbors in Action. We're opposed to the parcel hub aspect of this project, and we urge the council to do their due diligence, putting them in writing. The soccer field, that's all good ideas, but we'd want to see that first. The residential that's being removed is an issue. We need to make sure that we get the things that are being promised. And I want to point out that, I've lived in Paris for over 30 years, and this is the last exit in Paris that doesn't have a warehouse directly when you get off of it. So think about that when you're giving up this land. That could be even more commercial. You want to put commercial next to the freeway. Why would you put another big giant warehouse there? So please demand more of this developer, just like you guys did with Alabasi and that project he did. He revised it and we got everything we wanted out of it. So please make a right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Violeta Aguilar.
I would actually like to say it in Spanish if I could have a translator, if that's okay.
Sure.
Or I can say it. I can translate it. Gracias. Honorable alcalde y junta de consejo y staff.
Honorable Council,
Mi nombre es Violeta Aguilar y mi equipo fue parte del esfuerzo inicial en el 2021.
my name is Violeta Aguilar. My team was part of the
Initial effort
of the initial effort in 2021
on the community survey.
of the community survey.
Tuvimos miles de conversaciones y recibimos más de 1,800 encuestas.
We had thousands of conversations, and we received more than 1,800 surveys
De residentes que querían compartir con ellos qué es lo que querían ver en su comunidad.
from residents that wanted to share with everyone what they wanted to see in the community.
Desde entonces hemos trabajado con Howard Industrial Partners,
Since then, we have worked with Howard Industrial Partners,
la desarrolladora Vanessa Delgado y su compañía Azure Development,
the developer Vanessa Delgado and their company,
con nuestros agentes comerciales y para traer los conceptos nacionales
with our commercial brokers to bring national concepts
que ven hoy en la propuesta que
that you
enfrente
see-
de ustedes
that you see today in the proposed.
y al mismo tiempo con nuestra comunidad local de negocios,
And at the same time, with our community, with our local business community,
con nuestras escuelas secundarias,
with the middle schools,
con nuestros colegios comunitarios
with our community
y
colleges,
con nuestras universidades
And
para
with-
asegurarnos
with our universities to make sure
que este proyecto realice el impacto económico
that this project realizes the economic impact
que nuestra comunidad merece,
that our community deserves,
más allá de los beneficios y los trabajos que vemos el día de hoy.
more than the benefits and the jobs that we see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fernando González.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Fernando Gonzalez. I am a soccer coach here in the city of Paris. I live here in Paris. I've been coaching with La Academia for a couple years now. One of our biggest issues, as mentioned earlier by one of our members, was that housing the 2,000 families with the limited spacing that we have in the park. And so looking at this project, super excited to have more space to coach these kids, to also not have to go out of our city to go to tournaments and instead host them in our city. And so with that being said, I am in support of this project.
Thank you.
Veronica Duarte.
Good evening, Major and Councilor. I'm going to do it in English, so please be patient. I'm a supporter, and I'm being here for, I live in the city of Paris for almost 20 years, and I have faith and I trust on Harvest Landing that this is going to be something positive for the young people, because there's a lot of mental health people, especially even my children, because we don't have sometimes they need to go far. I need to take them far. And for me to see this is I'm so happy, and I have faith, and we need to trust them. And please, I support Harvest Landing. Please, vote yes for this project.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Nancy, can you call the ones that, from the beginning, that did not respond? Just give them one more opportunity.
Okay, I have the last 6. Do you want me to do these first?
I want you to call the ones that did not respond. Give them an opportunity to come up in case they were in the gym.
Carlos Pacheco. Yolanda Marquez.
That's it? Okay, call the last 6.
Ashley Barton. Okay, the last 6. Carla Cervantes. Catherine Alvarez. Janet Bernabe. Aurelio Correa. Mike McCarthy. Brian Faulkner.
Good evening, Council. I implore you, my name is Carla Cervantes, here with Sierra Club and Valley Alliance, Paris Neighbors in Action. I implore you not to support this project because the community was promised one thing and is now being given something entirely different. The original Harvest Landing specific plan clearly prohibited housing in the MBU zone. Now suddenly, housing is being added as a permitted use without clear disclosure. That is a fundamental change, not a minor tweak. We were promised balanced residential and commercial development. Instead, we're being asked to convert large portions of residential and commercial land into industrial use, while being told housing can just be allowed inside MBU to make up for that. That's not preservation of housing capacity, that's a workaround. If housing is truly the goal, then zone it residential. Don't bury it inside an industrial designation that could later be used for something else. Promises made and presentations are not binding. Zoning is, so ask for that. The community deserves transparency, consistency, and adherence to the original plan. Neighbors, if you guys are listening, I know he's made a lot of promises. Look at the promises that he made in Bloomington and really start poking holes in these kind of developments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aurelio Correa.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councilman. My name is Aurelio Correa. I am part of La Academia Soccer Club. Within our organization, we have over 2,000 families that play here, are with us in the city. Unfortunately, every weekend, we have to outsource to fields in the city of Moreno Valley, the city of Menifee, just to accommodate them to play. So looking at this project, I completely approve. I'm completely with them with the opportunity to be able to have those 2,000 families, players stay within the city limits and not have to travel or spend money in other cities, and we be able to host them here. Like I said, I'm 100% behind the project, and I hope you guys could help out those families as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Catherine Alvarez. Janet Bernabe.
Hi, good evening. I know we have 1 minute. So good evening, Mayor, staff, and community. My name is Janet Bernabe. As a 30-year resident and former student of the Val Verde Unified School District, which currently my daughter, nieces, and current attend Val Verde Elementary School, Triple Crown, and Orange Vista. Overall, I'm here this evening to urge the council to review this proposal and reconsider to deny the relocation of the Val Verde Unified School District. This is not the best for our community. As a former student and advocate in many areas in the community, especially in education, I started my journey at the Val Verde Unified School District, specifically at the Val Verde Elementary School at the age of 9 in 1994. So I've been here for 30 years. I urge, again, the council to look at this because this already creates a precedent. I love and I urge you to reconsider, especially what happened in Bloomington. Please reconsider, community, when you open up the...
Thank you.
Mike McCarthy.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Mike McCarthy, Sierra Club Box Springs Group Co-Conservation Chair. First, I'd like to thank you all for passing the Good Neighbor Guidelines and the Industrial Warehouse Moratorium. You've really changed the vibes of the region, and you guys are the leaders. You helped my city of Riverside pass a Good Neighbor Guidelines that was weaker, so I thank you because my city council sucks. Onto this project, Sierra Club proposes this project. We're asking for a continuation and recirculation of the EIR. So what Tim Howard said here could be put in writing because it's not in the EIR. I read the EIR, I read the development agreement. That's not what we're talking about. This is an unstable project plan, is the technical term. It's not allowed under CEQA to change it a whole bunch of times and not analyze for it, and that's what they've done. Additionally, you are in violation of state housing law, SB 330, the no net loss provisions. You cannot remove 1,200 housing units without putting them somewhere. You got to put those somewhere. Lastly, make any industrial covenants run with the land. Make sure that if he promises there to be housing, if he promises there to be a hospital, put it in writing, and that would make us happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Faulkner.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Faulkner. I represent hundreds of International Union of Operating Engineer Local 12 members that live inside your city limits. The City of Paris has a community workforce agreement, a full building trades community workforce agreement. Why would you exclude 12 other trades? If you want quality built structures, you don't exclude any trade but include every trade. So with I do support this project with the caveat of including all building trades and not just 2 building trades. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
All right, that takes us exactly to our hour mark, and we went through all the guest speakers, so that's great. All right, I'm going to come to the, going to close the public hearing at 9:05 and go back to the dais for discussion. Please queue in if you want, if you want to speak. Councilwoman Nava.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and get right into it. I'd first and foremost like to thank each and every one of the speakers showing up at tonight's council meeting. I also want to thank those who participated in the Planning Commission meeting. I also tuned in and watched that, and it was a 6-hour-long meeting. I'm sure some of you were there as well. So now I'm going to jump into a few questions and concerns that I believe should be on record. So question number 1, are we able to ask this directly to the applicant or, yeah, okay.
Well, who do you want to ask?
Mr. Howard himself. All right, so Mr. Howard, these questions will be directed to you to begin with. What is the reasoning for breaking up the project into 2 phases? Because I know that was a point of concern for the speakers tonight. And why wasn't the hospital you mentioned during your presentation written down as part of that agreement?
Sure. It was
broken into two phases because under the way the project was studied, that was the allocation of space. It's really geography. And tell me your second question.
Why wasn't the hospital you verbally promised tonight listed as part of this project or written any part of?
Well, the discussions that we're having with the hospital are ongoing.
Okay.
We don't have letters of intent like we have with Sprouts or Chase or any of those people. We're working on it. So, that's what we're endeavoring to bring. We're going to do our best to do that. Regardless, we're not going to put a warehouse there. So once we agreed to that, we needed to come up with an alternate use. The hospital use is large enough that they can take the 50 acres out alongside the freeway. And from the discussions that we've had, that's their first location unless they need to go larger. Then it would locate next to FedEx.
Okay. And so another question I have was regarding the Planning Commission meeting. One of the commissioners mentioned how your marketing strategy was disingenuous as far as promoting the commercial, but listing the parcel hub as a second thought. Do you have any feedback on that? Because I know you've done a lot of community outreach.
Yeah, sure. What I'd tell you is, if you look at the development, like I said, overall, so they're all legs of a chair, right? And so one can't survive without the other. Obviously, the FedEx is the big employment driver, and that's always been part of the project. I'm not sure that it was never part of the project. And then what we tried to do is listen to the prior council about bringing the restaurants and better retail opportunities. And so all of those are in writing. I don't know where people are getting this idea that they're not. If you look at the, let me just finish on them. If you look at the development conditions, the art is contained there, the land subsidy is contained there, the park features are contained there within the water quality basin. The public infrastructure is included there. So all of this is in writing.
Okay. So during tonight's meeting, when you showed the parcel hub, we saw renderings. If we could have IT pull up those renderings, we saw renderings of trees, of a portion of what would you assume be a warehouse. At any point in time, you didn't share the aerial. We don't have an aerial. We don't have nighttime views.
I think we have both a site plan.
We don't have the views of what it
Patricia
would look
went
like
through.
exiting the freeway. We are missing all those renderings. So even tonight, I would argue that you missed showing the magnitude of this project.
Sure.
Are we still waiting for IT to pull up those renderings?
Kenneth, if you want, I can.
And most specifically, I would like for IT to pull up a rendering, an aerial view. I want our community and all those here to see how big this project is compared to the existing commercial we already have. And I'd like you to get a better view. So while IT is pulling those up, I don't want to take too much time, but I definitely do want that to be a critical point in the decision making tonight. So, yeah, that's not the parcel hub. And that's the only map that I've seen circulating. As much as I did for it, I didn't see aerial views. So in other projects, we see views from the north side, POV, we see from south, we see from all angles.
So here's the elevation. If you go back one slide, keep going back. Roof truss, the screening.
Okay.
Site overhead.
No worries. I don't think we're able to pull those up tonight.
No, we just passed it. It's coming. We have it. There it is. There's the aerial view of the property. And so what you saw in the planning presentation is that the parcel hub is sunken down. It's out of view from both the freeway and frontage road. So what you were seeing in the perspectives of the trees and the landscape is what's visible from the street itself. So again, the parcel hub is sunken down in order to minimize the exposure of any truck or loading operations from the street, so you won't see them.
So even here, I would like a terrain image pulled out just to get a better picture. Again, you're zooming in, and as a council member, I'm responsible for sharing the big picture. So we'll move on from that point.
Yeah, here's an aerial view of the overall project. And then I have the site plan. And there's a site plan for the entire project area. Now remember, this is 358 acres, so it's a big area.
Okay, I just really wanted folks to know.
Here's the distances from sensitive receptors. You can see they're all over 1,500 feet, and we're 2,200 feet from the residential.
I'm sure residents who live here in the city of Paris, when they drive by these big boxes, are astonished. So I wanted them to get a better picture, even though these pictures don't do it justice when you're out driving in your community. So I have a few more points to make. The final EIR still contemplates future warehousing on this project site. It describes warehouse and logistic buildings and its impact caused by 4 million square feet of warehousing. This project has been unstable and changed multiple times. Even leading up to tonight's council meeting, we saw a change happen. So why wasn't the environmental impact report not recirculated for public comment for this last proposal?
I'd have to defer to our consultants and let them answer that.
Thank you.
Charlie, do you want to jump in, or Megan? This is Megan Truman from EPD. She's responsible for the circulation and the authorship of the great majority of the environmental impact report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Megan Truman with EPD Solutions. As Tim mentioned, I prepared the draft EIR and the final EIR that was circulated for public review. So in terms of the project that's here before you, it was analyzed as an alternative within the EIR, so there was a very thorough analysis conducted into the potential impacts resulting from this alternative to the proposed project. In terms of the EIR, including warehousing uses, those were analyzed conservatively as part of the EIR. However, the specific plan no longer permits any warehousing uses. So the EIR is really conservative compared to what would actually occur when this project is developed and likely overstates impacts. However, going back to the proposed plan tonight, that was analyzed within the EIR as alternative 4, which is recommended by staff.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want to just reiterate that there's no warehouses allowed in that case?
So as I mentioned, there are no warehouses currently permitted within the specific plan. So even though they were analyzed as part of the EIR, any potential warehouse use would have to come back to Planning Commission and City Council as a specific plan amendment and would have to conduct CEQA analysis at that time. So no warehouse could go in without a further analysis by city staff and by the City Council.
So that would kick off an entirely new environmental impact report, or would it just be an add-on?
It would be an additional CEQA analysis into what the warehouse, where it's located, where it's proposed.
Not separate, not a whole new, it's an addition like the one.
It would be a whole new CEQA process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So another point I have is that the original Harvest Landing specific plan states that housing is prohibited in the MBU zoning, but the one we're voting on today suddenly states that housing is permitted. Now this question is better directed to staff. Could we elaborate on that? As far as housing being allowed in an MBU?
So originally, when the project started, it was not envisioned to have housing in the MBU. designation. However, as the project evolved, the MBU designation now allows for housing to be developed throughout that designation. So it is an allowed use for a permitted use in the MBU zone.
When was that change made into effect?
When it was first originally proposed is when they started with the warehouses, with the 6 warehouses and the parcel hub and the commercial development. That's when residential development was not permitted in the MBU.
Okay.
But as the project evolved, prior to Planning Commission consideration, the specific plan was amended to allow residential uses in the MBU designation.
So who was responsible for making those amendments? Wouldn't that have to gone through some type of oversight, either planning or council?
But the Planning Commission considered that. So the project was revised prior to Planning Commission consideration.
So you're telling me that the Planning Commission made that decision that night?
The Planning Commission considered a project which allowed residential uses in the MBU zone.
Real quickly.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, there is a provision in this specific plan that allows MBU, there's an underlying land use that keeps and retains that residential density, because there's a state guideline that states that you can't remove residential density unless you remove it somewhere else. But what is proposed is that residential density stays still. It will still be in place in the event that the remaining MBU does not develop to commercial. That residential land use remains. And one of the reasons for that is SB 330 has a sunset clause, which means it expires at 2030. And so any project within this time frame when that law came into effect, any project that comes in through that time frame has to either relocate somewhere else or keep the residential density in the underlying zone, and that met the requirement of the law.
If I may. So this hasn't been approved yet. This is under review and part of the proposed amendment to the specific plan. The Planning Commission made a recommendation at the request of the developer to allow for residential uses to comply with the SB 1333, but this has not been approved yet. It was recommended for approval, so it's still subject to approval tonight.
So just to clarify then, it has not been approved. This is what is going to be voted tonight.
Yeah.
And in essence, this MBU movement is just a catch-all, right? The developer is not responsible for building these homes. I think it's about 1,300 homes.
That is correct, not at this time, but they have the option to do it.
Got it. All right. Again, these are for the record. All right, and then another question I have, this last minute revision that we're reviewing tonight, moving the housing in the northeast corner, is that consistent with the truck route planning, or because that's now also a sensitive receptor, correct? If they're moved towards that MBU?
So Frontage Road is considered a truck route under the current Harvest Landing specific plan. So by just leaving it at the Frontage Road to Placentia is a truck route, so it keeps that consistency there. But as for your question in terms of the residential that's currently, that's being not necessarily proposed, because what they're doing is under that existing underlying area, it is already zoned residential. They're just carving out that area, remaining it consistent with what was previously approved. So it's not necessarily changing, but it's just carving out that area to keep it with what was previously approved previously, if that makes sense.
Well, since we're moving those residential homes, 1,300 of them, wouldn't that kick into effect a whole new revision of the truck route?
That wouldn't do it because Placentia is already a truck route. So the way the truck route works is that you need to try to avoid residential area, but the truck route is...
What about residential and per se frontage? Because what's showing on my screen here, we're thinking of moving the homes there too for residential, correct? So wouldn't that trigger the frontage side?
Because all the MBUs are for commercial, office, and those nature. Those are not subject to the truck route because the way the truck route called AB 98 is that you need to travel along an area that's 50% or greater commercial. So if you leave that MBU the way they're proposing right now, it would comply with that truck route circulation map.
But are we throwing in those additional homes into that MBU space? Isn't that part of the proposal?
So the MBU, the balance of the MBU is not for warehouses anymore. So that wouldn't be like a truck route, if that makes sense. It could be a hospital, it could be a hotel, it could be another expansion shopping center.
Isn't a hotel, okay, well, okay. I'm just making the point that we should reconsider the truck route planning. I know there's been several changes, but that should be a point of major concern for our council. And then back to Mr. Howard, the image you showed during your presentation, the renderings of the home, is that actually what they're going to look like?
Yes.
Because that was beautiful, and I know our participants here, we all oohed and awed, but the homes, again, you said you're working with the builder. Is that exactly what you and the builder are planning on bringing?
Yes, that's what Mr. Wolf submitted.
So okay, if we could pull up that image. So we expect these homes to have their full yards, backyards. We're not looking at townhomes?
No, these are 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes.
IT, can you please bring up the applicant's presentation? Thank you.
Let me get on this, Councilmember Nava. So that's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. Again, what we're trying to do, what Kevin and I are trying to do, is tie this architectural theme, if you will, to what we're doing in the commercial. So what we're trying to do is give Paris an identity. I think if we deliver this, we've accomplished
But
that.
this theme
So
is
these are
different.
existing types of homes. They are readily available in terms of we're going to embrace some new construction techniques, and this is what the elevations are.
But it's somewhere down along the lines, you shared the neighborhood rendering. Could we move forward to that one?
Yeah, that was just to give you,
That
that's
one.
615 homes. And that's what that represents.
But
Yeah,
is that
this-
one of the exact renderings of what you would expect to bring to this area? Or
Yes.
is this just
No, it's-
an illustration?
No, it's representative of 615 homes, and these are the actual homes.
Okay, so that image really has no merit. We don't know the lot sizes of the homes you're planning on bringing. We don't know whether they have.
That's the number of homes that we're proposing, and that's what they would look like from the computer's perspective.
Do you have tentative track maps for those homes?
When we make our application within 45 days of approval of this project, that's part of the pre-application process. There'll be a civil engineer brought on board, which we have, who's here in the audience tonight, and he would prepare that map that would be reviewed by staff and engineering, and then they issue conditions for that map. Now remember, the underlying zoning is for homes, so these would be by right. And so the process is a lot, it won't take the 6 years that this has taken. It'll be a lot quicker.
Okay. So another question I have, FedEx workers, right? We're looking at the FedEx website. Do you know what the majority of those workers' titles would be or the pay that they're looking?
Yes. So there are a number of people that make up the FedEx team. Again, that's forecasted to be 850 people that are FedEx employees. The full-time employees receive health benefits, et cetera. Okay? And that's what I spoke to. The average wage in this facility, if you go to the one in Anaheim, is $27.75. Now, if you are 18 and right out of high school, it may be less, but the average wage within the Anaheim facility, actual wage, is $27.75.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, if we look at the FedEx website, the package handler listed as part-time warehouse-like work for
That's
this
part-time.
for this type of, they still include benefits and whatnot, but it's very similar to this type of part-time warehouse-like work. They're livable, well, basically they're stating that jobs start off at $20, which I could foresee that being the majority of the workforce that will be working this facility. I'm sorry, I'm sorry if my questionings are
fine.
troubling
No, I'm
you, but
following you.
I
got
also
you.
I am held responsible to my community to make sure that our residents have livable wages. We heard from the unions that they get paid very, very well, and those are great, respectable jobs. But guess what? Who can afford to get into a new home with the even union wage labor? So again, you're promising jobs that really won't do much to our community here. So I have additional comments, but I think I've really done enough for now, and I hope you catch a break because you seem like you're a little bit frustrated. So
Not at all.
I'll move
Not
on
at
to-
all. You know, I want to thank you and I want to thank the entire community for pushing me to do better. And I think what we're delivering is first class from a development standpoint. So I will continue to listen to you, and I appreciate you pushing me and asking the hard questions. Thank you.
Yeah, because for you, this is one night of deliberation, but myself and our residents, this is a lifetime commitment. And
I
you
get
can
it.
come here and offer what it is that you're offering. And it seems that even just tonight, that frustration, what about the frustration of our residents that have to see this day in and day out? You
Thank you.
can't even compose yourself for one line of questionings. Like, that just shows me your character, what you feel about our community. That symbolizes a lot. And again, I will take some space and allow my council to continue on with this discussion.
Thank you.
All right. Who would like to speak next? Councilman Rab?
This is a question for staff. Regarding the initial harvest landing plan. Can you hear me now? You know, it's something with this mic. It's always been going off.
You guys speak into it.
Second time that mic has been going off. I don't know if you guys have been watching the meetings. Mr. Fung, regarding the initial plans for the initial harvest landing that was approved under the Codorus family, do you have, I saw it in the staff report and the initial presentation. Can you bring that up?
Yes, IT, can you bring up staff's presentation and please bring it to slide, I believe, number 2, where it shows the previous specific plan, which would be slide number 3, which is existing specific plan next to developer proposed specific plan. Can you go to one more further? This one. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, the land that's designated MBU, the purple land in that area, when this plan was approved, were warehouses permitted in that space?
They were permitted subject to a CUP if they're over 100,000 square feet.
Okay. And if we were to, just hypothetical, if we were to vote this particular project down today, this would still be the existing plan as of now?
That's correct.
And the developer would still be able to put warehouses in that MBU land, or would it be prohibited?
They would be permitted to do it. If it's under 100,000 square feet, they could go through staff, through a DPR. If they were over 100,000, it would be a CUP application for that.
Okay. And would the good neighbor policies that we enacted or increased in December and January, would they apply to that area, or would he be under the previous developmental agreement?
I need to review the specific harvest land specific plan. I'm not positive because it was approved before the code changes. And so this is part of a specific one, so those regulations might not apply for that project.
No, we didn't amend the specific plan to include the new changes, so it'd be subject to its own standards under the specific plan.
Do you remember the year that this was approved? I want to say it was in the 2000s.
2012.
2012.
I was
okay.
here, I remember.
And then do we have the renderings that Mr. Howard initially proposed? I think it was 2018 or 2019. It was like the initial project.
Slide number 4.
Oh, no, it wasn't number 4. There was one in between that, like way back.
IT, can you bring it to the next slide, please? Okay, here it is. So this was the initial concept that he presented before us.
That was, there was another one that I saw, I want to say it was 2018, 2019. It was a lot more warehouses than that. Do you remember that one, Councilman? You remember that, Mr.?
I don't have an exhibit for that one.
I do clearly remember that one.
Okay.
It was horrendous.
And then this one is the one on the left is the one that was the plan that you were presenting up until about this fall. Is that correct, Mr. Howard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was what we were presenting before the moratorium. And I think what you're talking about was our initial 2018 plan that had 4.5 million feet of warehouse space on the north side of Placentia.
Okay. And then the proposed project at the PC was the one that you presented in front of the Project Planning Commission in mid-December of 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And regarding, Mr. Fung, would you be able to bring that map up showing the new good neighbor policies that are in effect?
I don't have that slot. Oh, this.
I think I have it actually.
Oh, yeah. Let me, actually, that's an extra slide. IT, can you, if I can get a remote.
I think IT might have it
But
too.
Yeah.
IT has a more expanded one, I believe.
Mr. Howard, you can have a seat.
Kenneth, I can access it.
Can you go, there's an extra one. Let me, it should be slide number 30. Right there.
So per our good neighbor policy, warehouses would be prohibited in the MBU land if we were to approve this today.
That's correct.
Tonight. Okay. And do you have the, strike that for now. Can't think of any more questions at the moment, but that was just my concern is that the good neighbor policy that's currently in effect, if we were to approve this today, there wouldn't be any room to put any other additional warehouses in this area. And additionally, the MBU that's being presented today would specifically prohibit warehouses.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Corona.
Thank you, Mayor. Just question for staff. I think Councilman Rabbit did ask the questions. Is the land right now is currently zoned MBU? So was a parcel hub be an acceptable use for the current area designated as MBU? The current.
Yes, but it's only limited to one per the Planning Commission direction.
Okay. So they cannot have another parcel hub anywhere in the whole Harvest Landing.
Yes, that's in the condition of approval.
That's in the condition of approval. Okay.
And the specific plan too. We asked them to update the specific plan to also refer to only one parcel hub.
Okay. For specifically, I guess for the commercial aspect of it, because I think I think it's very clear, with the residents and especially with the council that we don't really object. I haven't heard any objection for the commercial, right? I think there's something we all want, right? So that's not really what the controversial issue here, but it is important to make sure that the commercial aspect is in place and it's going to keep in place because we have had developers in the past. They come here and they promise this and they told us, hey, I'm going to build this, and then they give us something way inferior, right? And then we're just left with well, I guess, it's happened more than once, and I could if you talk to me later, I'll tell you exactly what projects. But how many commercials must be built before the postal hub receives a certificate of occupancy?
Up to 75,000 square feet of the commercial.
Okay.
And then real quickly, all the parking lot landscaping has to be constructed with that too.
All of it. Okay. So the buildings have to be constructed. The 75,000 square feet have to be constructed, but do they have to be occupied?
Yes, there has to be open and operational.
Okay. How big is the proposed Sam's Club?
I believe that's like over 100,000. I have to verify that
Okay,
square
so
footage.
that's not one of the. I thought it was supposed to be 3, but then I saw somewhere in
So
there.
I guess it's the option is 75,000 or 3 tenants.
or 3 tenants.
Correct.
So it could be 3 small tenants.
It could be 3 smaller tenants. That's
Okay.
correct.
And that might be less than 75,000.
That is
Okay.
correct.
How big is the proposed Sam's Club?
Let me,
It's 167,000 square feet.
How big?
167,000 square feet.
167. And how big is the Chase? The proposed Chase?
4,000 square feet.
No. Oh, 4,000. Okay. Somehow I heard 400. Okay. And how big is the proposed Marshalls?
I don't have the plan that shows the location.
Approximately 25,000.
25,000. Okay. Now I say this because all 3 of those actually called me and told me that they plan on coming, that they're going to come, and so I don't see a reason why we can't make that as the bare minimum for what needs to be acceptable for the postal hub to be occupied, right? I mean they're expecting to come, right? So we shouldn't have a problem with at least those 3. Now I do know that you mentioned entertainment, and I'm very happy, and everyone's got excited. I'm excited about that. I mean we that's requested. Right now we have a letter of intent that we have right here. Is that would that be expected to come in the whole process? Is that something? I mean, I guess I was gonna ask you a question later on, but why don't you come on up, Mr. Absolutely.
Yeah, so Councilmember Corona, that would be coming into the plaza area, which is at the corner of Orange and Paris Boulevard. Those are those small, tiny buildings that you see up on what would be the northeast side of the project. That's the area that I spoke of that's connected by the Paseo to the residential area.
Is there currently a building on the actual map for that, or would that be an additional
Yeah,
building?
no, that building exists.
Which
It's a
kinda hard to
back
see on the
one.
map.
It's in, I think the
Okay.
best place is, this isn't my proposal, but I don't know what happened.
Can you switch to the applicant's slide?
If we could, I can point you right to it. Thank you. Okay, here, I can take it from here. So, Councilmember Corona, can you see where the Buffalo Wild Wings arrow is? Pointing at the
yes.
restaurant?
Oh, in that area,
So those
okay.
4 buildings is where we would accommodate that. And so we need to do space planning, but that's where we would direct them to go.
Okay. And you're talking to Act 1 or someone like Act 1, or are you talking
Oh,
to?
it's actually
It's
them.
Act 1.
Yeah.
That would be Act 1.
Yeah.
Round
Round
one,
one,
sorry.
though. You know,
I didn't
Act
know
One,
Act
Round
1
One.
builds parks, so that's why.
Round 1,
right.
Councilmember Corona.
Okay.
Let me clarify that because it said like in this letter. So,
That's,
Kevin,
Kevin, you
Mr.
wanna
Wolf,
jump in?
just
So-
Mr. Wolf, just stand right there. I just want to confirm this is round 1 that wants to come here. Round 1, yes. That's awesome. I've been asking for that for quite a while.
you asked for it and we're
All right,
delivering.
Got it.
All right, and then according to you, I mean, we're saying three commercials have to be built, or
75.
75,000. Which ones are coming first? Which ones can you guarantee that you could say yes? These ones,
You spoke to Sam's?
yes. No, they left me a message.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you've heard from them?
Yep.
If I'm betting, I would assume that they've been chomping at the bit more than anyone else, Councilmember Corona, and so my bet is that comes on first. Now, remember what I told you is they're acquiring that land for their own account. This will be an owned facility by Sam's.
Okay. And then with the Marshalls, Marshall, it was a TJ company, so they own TJ Maxx, Home Goods, and Marshalls.
Marshalls, yeah.
But I say this because we've had people say, hey, we're going to bring you Miguel's Jr., and they bring us Taco Bell. Not you, but other people have done it. Other developers standing exactly where you're at right now
Yeah.
have said that to us.
So I shared the letters of I shared the letters of intent with you.
Right.
You can see who is letterheads they're on, and you can see that those are in writing.
Okay. And if they don't come, then what? Do we have assurances from our staff? Is that part of the conditions?
There's no assurance in terms of the actual tenant, other than the architecture, the building square footage, and their concurrence that they'll build out the entire shopping center, the parking lot, landscaping, and all that.
But the buildings don't have to be built, just the 75,000 square feet total. That needs to get built.
That's the minimum, yes.
That's the minimum.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, yeah.
Councilmember Corona, if I can clarify, the commercial shopping center needs to be constructed at the same time as the parcel hub.
And
In order
that
to
means
pro-
the whole
in-
center, not.
Right, in order to issue occupancy of the parcel hub, at least 75,000 square feet
Okay.
of the retail or 3 tenants will need to be operational.
Will need to be operational, but the
But
whole entire.
The whole commercial shopping
Okay.
center needs to be constructed in conjunction with the parcel hub.
Okay, and that's written in the conditions.
That's in the development agreement, which is a
Development
contract.
agreement. Okay, all right. Okay. The traffic signals, Mr. Porgazami, where for the residents, where are those gonna be located at?
I think they're actually in the exhibits in the conditions. I believe,
You just tell us the intersections.
I think I can't see the name of the roadways. Here, let me refer to the conditions.
No, I do.
1 second.
I do say this partly because when I read it, it's very hard for us to see it too.
Actually, I have them in the conditions. Councilman Corona, 1 second. Yeah. No, these are the concrete. Okay, I found it. Okay, Councilman Corona, they're actually listed on,
Telling us a page number is not going to help. Just tell us what it is.
tell you, okay.
We don't
So-
have what you have.
So Paris Boulevard and Harvest Landing Way, Paris Boulevard and Orange Avenue and Spectrum Center. These are the locations. And then Orange Avenue and Barrett, Orange Avenue and Indian, Frontage Road and Barrett, Frontage Road and Private Drive A, Frontage Road and Orange Avenue, Placentia and Frontage Road, and these are the ones.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next questions are gonna be for Mr. Howard. So with the commercial, I do want to say I'm very impressed with it. I'm sure our residents are too. And you know, I'm sure if it was just a commercial, we'd be done in 5 minutes, right? But that's not what's also coming with this. But I do want to ask, a resident did bring this up. How long have you owned that property for?
8 years.
8 years. And when you bought that, did you know that it was mostly residential, zoned residential?
We had the MBU designation along Frontage Road, and yes, we knew that there was a residential component to it.
Did you know that the majority was residential?
Yes.
Okay. But you still bought it with the anticipation of building residential or to rezone it?
We've always approached this as a multi-use business park.
Okay. Mostly warehouse. Yeah, originally, right? I mean, that's what you brought up,
Yeah,
right?
originally
Okay.
along the MBU, we
Okay.
thought we could extend it out, and then things changed. We went through COVID, and here we are today with no warehouses.
Yeah.
And so what we're trying to do is, you know, with the ability to designate that MBU, there's a number of uses available that create value, like the hospital, the
Yeah.
hotels,
Oh, yeah.
et cetera, et cetera.
Anyway, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm sure the majority of residents in Paris would be absolutely thrilled for a hospital, and I'll be asking that later
Our
on.
skydiving operation particularly, is what I understand.
So I do appreciate that the warehouses have got removed, whether that was your choice or because essentially, I mean, with the council that we have now, we kind of made you and other developers do it. But I definitely appreciate that. I do got to bring up, because it was brought up several times, I know that you've developed in other communities as well too.
Yes.
And some of them I haven't heard any negative things about it, but there's one particular area, and they kind of spoke to about it now, especially regarding the community of Bloomington.
Yes, sir.
So can you kind of share to us just briefly about your experience there, and can you clarify what exactly happened, and how do you make sure that something like that will never happen in the city of Paris?
Yeah,
Briefly, if
I
you
totally appreciate that we don't want this to happen here, and so we've learned a lot. Bloomington was a general plan amendment that was driven by the county council member. We started with one building within this project, and then the Board of Supervisors said that they didn't want to do just one-off building development. And they asked us to embark on a larger scale project. As we embarked on that, that was a redevelopment, changing existing homes into a business park. We acquired over 135 homes as my company. We financed that through a company called Brookfield, and they have a commercial development arm. They were our lender. We received council or Board of Supervisors approval several years ago. We were immediately engaged in litigation. During that time of litigation, my interest payments continued to accrue, such that by the end of, before we could get back into court, Brookfield foreclosed on the property. It's 100% Brookfield's property. Obviously, I'm disappointed that that's how it went, but I have no real connection to it because I signed a deed in lieu of foreclosure. What is there now is that Brookfield is trying to process the environmental impact report through the court. The court is about to render its decision that all of their concerns were addressed.
Okay.
Because it's a warehouse project, it's not seen in the most favorable light.
Right.
That's Brookfield's problem.
Okay.
They have, and I think what most of the community, and I'm angry about, is that we had an agreement with Colton Joint Unified. Brookfield won't honor that. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth and everybody else's mouth. That community deserves better. Why won't this happen in Paris is the best question, right? Why won't it happen here? We have a completely different ownership structure. So the money that's invested here isn't so much borrowed money as it is equity by our financial partners. You understand the difference? So I'm not beholden to them. They are shoulder to shoulder with me. So if we get sued, we will take our lumps. We will proceed with the project at risk. And given that there are no warehouses in this project, we think that our environmental document is tight. It'll withstand any challenge that anybody can bring. And so that's why, for those reasons, it won't happen here, council member. But that's a great question.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that. Now, you did say one thing in there that is Brookfield's problem, but I guarantee that the ones who control Brookfield do not live in the community of Bloomington. So-
100%.
So it's actually Bloomington's problem.
100%.
Yeah.
No, and I respect your opinion. Yeah, that's true. And that's why having local developers who aren't based in New York or aren't based in Texas, who are part of our community, who raise our families here, that's why I picked Germania to build our houses. That's why I'm here.
Okay. And which part of Paris do you live in, Mr. Hell? Which part?
I
which part
own
did you say?
Councilmember Corona, that's a good one. I consider one of those 358 acres my home. And if you'd invite me, and I think I've gotten enough friends in the community that they'll let me pitch a tent there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
I do want to get back to the 6,500 jobs, and I'm really happy about that. 'Cause
Yes,
it's
sir.
pretty happy. I see a lot of people that are happy about those jobs, and a lot of them are union jobs. But I feel like we're kind of going through something that we had to deal with about a year ago, which is, sometimes when you bring some of the union labor in, some of the ones get excluded, and I'm trying to see if you could address that. Out of the 6,500
Sure.
jobs, how
Sure.
many are union jobs?
So, so everybody has to play nice in the sandbox, right? You see behind me the Liuna members. You see the Carpenters members.
I also see the other members, though.
Yeah,
But
and you see my iron workers. I'm a big advocate of theirs, right? Because they've been here standing shoulder to shoulder with me tonight. You heard testimony from one of the operating engineers. Operating engineers are an integral part of the building trades, right? They operate cranes, et cetera. To the extent that there is a work that that is their specialty, and they are can be part of the team through my two principal unions. Those two guys play nice in the sandbox. You're seeing a collaboration between the Carpenters and Liuna that we see across the region. When we need a specific trade, those two are wearing the black and white striped shirt, if you will, Councilmember Corona. They're the ones who will officiate that. I have some expertise in development and construction, but I'm not a negotiator on the union side. So I'm relying on those guys to tell me who we need on the team. But they've assured me, and if you take them aside, they're going to tell you that they will play nice in the sandbox. I don't want you to have to officiate that. Does that answer your question adequately?
Yes, but in the past we've had to bring a project back because they weren't playing nice, and it sounds like it's the same exact thing that's happening right now. You have two unions that are basically getting the contract, and the other ones have to answer to them, or they have to get in line.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that's your fault, but you can see that the problem we are as a city that really commits to labor and good paying jobs.
Yes, sir.
It's difficult to see our unions fighting with each other. And I think I've used in the past, if I'm going to eat, I want to make sure my brothers are eating too. Right?
I think that's the theme across this. We will work that out.
Yeah, it's very disappointing to see. I'm just letting them know, like we care about all the labor unions.
I share your concern, and to the extent that there are specific trades that they want to come to me and explain their position. The requirement is to have 3 project labor agreements. We're fulfilling that obligation, and
so you have Liuna Carpenters and
the iron workers.
And the iron workers.
And so we have a letter of intent with the iron workers. So
a letter of intent. It hasn't been.
Yeah, so the same thing, I have letters of intent with the Carpenters and Liuna, and I've used them all throughout the region.
Okay.
This is a decades-long relationship between myself and them.
Okay. And are you going to be using them for also the residential component as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let me ask. Just I guess going back to the original question, of the 6,500 jobs to construct everything, how many are going to be union jobs?
as many,
6,500?
Yeah, I would assume so. yeah,
6,500?
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to take them on? Because I don't.
Well, it's kind of up to you, but yeah.
No, well.
I'm not the one paying for it.
It is up to
Okay.
me, and,
Yeah.
and I will tell you, Councilman, that, that this, as you pointed out, you want to have, you want to watch out for your brother, because they've watched out for
Yeah.
you and I.
And sisters too.
And
Yeah, you're
sisters,
right, you're
sorry.
right. Okay, with the parcel hub, it's going to be FedEx, right? There's not going to be there's no DHL. It's going to be FedEx.
This is a specialized building.
Uh-huh.
Again, it's a hammer versus a screwdriver, right? It's a hammer. It's designed to FedEx specifications. They are going to own it. It'll be here for
The workers are working for FedEx.
FedEx.
Like you're not getting external staffing.
No, there will be, not within the facility.
Okay.
But there will be a truck that calls on the facility.
Okay.
There will be Corona Trucking Company that will be making a drop-off.
Okay, but when they get their when the workers that work in there,
They
when
get a
when
Fed-
they
it
get their
says it's got
paycheck, it's
per-
going to say FedEx on there.
That's correct.
It's not going to say staffing agency.
It's not
right?
going to say
Okay.
Corona Staffing Agency,
All right,
no.
with benefits,
With benefits,
air conditioning, 100% air conditioning.
100%
for the
air
workers,
conditioning.
not just office workers, right?
throughout the building.
Throughout
That's
the whole
why
building, okay.
the roof is so thick.
And
Councilman.
850 jobs, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. No, I'm really happy about that.
I'm
I
proud of
actually-
it.
Yeah.
I'm very
good
proud
thing.
of it, council member.
Okay. Now, if this project were to be approved, how do we ensure that the residents, which I keep being told, the residents of Paris are the best workers around, right? How do we make sure that those workers are looked at first? Like, can we have a separate job fair for just Paris residents? Is that
We have that.
That's gonna be-
We've enlisted the support of the Chamber of Commerce to hold those for us.
Okay.
And obviously, given our ties to the city, that's first and foremost.
Okay.
When you knock on 15,000 doors, you kind of learn that. And so, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other thing, just, not to make light of just, these are the best workers. We want people that are here, proximate, reliability. That's why they're coming here.
Gotcha. Okay. And with the other surrounding area, because I think we already talked about the parcel hub. I guess there's more questions on that though. But what's planned for the 68 acres? The MBU is listed specifically as 68 acres. If we could go back to the map, Everett or who's ever in charge of that.
So let me go over here.
Right there. That's a perfect map right there.
That a good one?
Yeah, that's perfect. So we're not just rezoning where the parcel hub is located. We're also rezoning where it was originally housing. That's now going to be MBU.
Yes, sir.
What is your plan there?
So in phase 2, that's where we're trying to land our hospital. And,
Okay.
or it may go.
The one for the 40 acre.
It may go there, it may go to what's designated as phase 1.
Okay. So can we?
we're-
Okay.
Okay, let me just explain.
Go ahead.
okay? So let's say the hospital needs more land area. We have the flexibility to put them on what I'm seeing is the left side of the page. I don't know what you're seeing, but.
I'm looking at the same thing you're looking.
Okay, so north of FedEx and south of Orange. That area may be one of the areas that they've expressed, that might work. If not, we'll go over there to the other side of the street, to the smaller parcel.
Right.
If they end up on the larger side, which I think we'll just have to see how that plays out, then what happens is in the area that it's in green that's designated phase 2 becomes my area where I build my hotel. That's allowed in the MBU. Office space is allowed in the MBU. So I would envision, smaller office space. I've got to put it into production.
Right.
And so in one of those allowed uses in the MBU, that's what I'll put there.
Okay. It's not going to be warehouse.
No, sir.
There's no,
No,
there's
no, sir.
plans?
It's
I mean,
prohibited under the specific plan and.
Okay, yeah,
and-
but just to be clear, so when you bought the land, it wasn't zoned for a warehouse, just to be transparent,
sir.
right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
But it's not gonna be a warehouse.
It's not going to be
And
warehousing.
would you be willing to sign a covenant to make sure that if it's you or if you sell the land, it will never be a warehouse?
So the covenant would run with the land, is what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, because we're making
Yeah.
a modification.
I
Right here,
expect-
right now.
yeah.
Okay, so the covenant is that there's no warehouse. It runs with the land. If I get hit by a truck and it goes to somebody else, it'll still have that covenant on it.
Right.
It's in favor of the city, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that, I'm agreeable to that.
Okay. So-
Yes.
yeah,
on
so-
paper. On paper.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
like-
just so everybody
yeah,
knows,
yeah.
the city attorney's here and she's smiling, but yes, that, what you and I just spoke of, a covenant restricting warehouse that runs with the land is something that I will enter into with the city of Paris.
Let me, look, guys, we're really going over on these answers. A covenant is a written document, and it'll be covered in the covenant.
Right.
Right, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be in a covenant. Move on to your next question, please, because we still got two other people that haven't even spoke yet.
I mean, I do have several questions, so I mean, if you want
I
to
know.
move this to it.
No, go ahead, but I'm
Okay,
just saying,
okay.
you're beating around the bush over a covenant. A
No,
covenant.
I do want to make sure.
A covenant is a written document,
yeah.
and you've got people out there shouting out, make it right, make it right. It
Yeah.
is a written
It
document.
is going to be written.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
move on, please.
Okay. So, and then also for clarification, I mean, like whether we approve or it's going to come to a second reading as well too, right?
Yes.
This isn't. So everything that we're talking about is going to be in there. All the conditions that, okay. Now, so if you don't have an actual hospital right now for the larger piece, does it make sense to rezone that section then?
Yeah, because as you saw, there's a whole list of uses within the MBU. But
Right.
what I want to point out to you is whatever happens there is going to come back through Planning Commission, is going to come back to you for a vote.
Right, but we're voting to rezone it from residential to MBU.
The residential still underlies, as Planning Director Fung, Kenneth explained to you.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I do want to talk about the housing component as well too. You just showed the housing.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's very important, and I'm glad that we're keeping a housing component. Now this actual house, I don't know what it's built at, but what you know, but the front of it looks like is that wood paneling in the front?
No,
Okay.
no, it's a fabricated steel.
Okay. All right. Now I do like the wood look, but unfortunately we do have communities in our area that aren't even that old that it's just peeling off. It just doesn't look good. You know, a lot of residents do take care of their homes, but unfortunately
Yes.
some of them are kind of have trouble maintaining it.
Remember, we're going to have several phases here,
Mm-hmm.
so we want it to look neat and tidy for the future. This
Okay.
product has better performance than wood.
And when will that be developed? So you're saying 45 days is going to have to come back to
within
us?
45 days, we're making the pre-application.
Okay. All right. I do want to discuss a park because that was very, very important to our residents. And I got to be in the commercials and your commercials that came on my Facebook all the time.
Yeah.
And also the flyers that went out to the residents. They promoted a sports complex. But in our staff report, it was listed as being part of phase 2. So can I get confirmation again that will be part of phase 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so, council member, again, to be clear, that's in my letter of intent with academia,
Mm-hmm.
and to the extent that you wanted to put that in as a condition in writing, that's a contractual obligation, I'll do that for you.
Okay. Yeah. Now I do agree. I mean, they're one of our premier soccer
Absolutely.
organizations in our community, and they are a growing community, and we always have a shortage of soccer fields. So I definitely appreciate that. But what I don't think was listed in the staff report or according to the staff, that we weren't aware that you're going to be giving it to a soccer organization, which I'm not opposed to, But, you know, like we run our parks, they're expensive. So who's going to make sure that they are maintaining their parks?
Can I just clarify everything for you?
Yes.
In terms of structure?
Mhm.
Our team will own the property. We're entering into.
Whose team?
Howard's
Howard.
team.
Okay.
Is going to own the underlying land, correct?
Yeah.
Academia is going to operate it. I'm making the investment to build the fields, okay? So this will be maintained by La Academia in total. To the extent that it isn't being maintained properly, then I can come in and maintain it to the standard that we all want. I've been sensitive to city manager's economic forecast, and I understand that parks are a big line item in your budget. So the outdoor space is being maintained by the business park, all 358 acres.
The basin behind the commercial?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then to the extent that La Academia were to default or something happened there and we had to change a user, we'll step in and operate that and maintain it.
Okay, and does our staff know about this? Like, I don't know, has that been discussed with their staff?
No, the maintenance for the basin, yes, we are aware that the developer is responsible to maintain the basin. Not discussed the park operations, though, because that was supposed to be in phase 2, so we never really discussed it. But now that it's phase 1, in hearing Mr. Howard, if the council is open to that arrangement, we can add that as a condition when we come back.
Okay, so I do appreciate it. You know, with the speakers that spoke regarding the park, a lot of them I knew. I've known them for a long time. I think they're doing great work there. But what you're doing though is you're giving them a park. Now the rest of the residents that aren't part of La Academia, they don't have a park to go to. Is there? Did you ever think of? I mean, you're building a lot of residential nearby, but there's no
Yeah.
park for them.
So we'll have some kind of license agreement with the residential nearby. The issue that you're bringing up is one that we're sensitive to, and to the extent that they're soccer players, I'm sure that La Academia will embrace them and try to foster. I mean, they're your people from childhood,
Yeah.
so you know them, you know the character.
Yeah. No,
Like,
no,
I know
I-
them.
I-
I know their character.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody's trying to box anybody out of anything.
No, I think they're good people.
I think we're in agreement on that.
Okay.
I think they're good people and they're going to do what's right.
But in terms of a playground or anything, is there anything?
Yeah. So
gonna
so
have to-
during the
I never saw that in the-
let me
I
go-
saw workout equipment for adults.
No, that's the other side. Let me just get back to. So, Councilmember Corona, you see in the middle by the parking, there's a cluster of what looks like trees. So when, let's say you have a son who's participating in a game, there'll be a playground area there, and then that long kind of, tic-tac piece is the pro shop.
Okay.
So right now, Academia is in the back of a multi-tenant manufacturing building. So what we're trying to do is elevate the game to bring them into a first-class facility, and that's a pro shop there.
And is the field going to be grass? Is it going to be turf?
It's going to be turf, is what the majority of the coaches have expressed their desire for. So I'd expect it to be turf.
So it's going to have to be fenced around. I mean, that's.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the normal residents, they won't have access to it. I mean, we have some fields like that too, but.
Well, around, you say, if you look at the top portion, there's landscaping there, and I would assume there's a fence there to keep the balls from flying off. But down at the south end, council member, that would be open to the public.
Okay.
Okay,
And then-
so
yeah.
if somebody came in and got permission to access the fields through whatever agreement that your friends work out with them, have at it.
Okay, and where will the lights be positioned?
Where would the lights be
Yeah, are
positioned?
you gonna have lights there?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to, again, the lights would be at the end of the fields.
Okay.
And they
That's-
would be,
But they are gonna have lights there.
yeah.
And the parking, I'm not, I'm sorry, but
parking's
you
gonna have
kind of threw a
park.
wrench into this whole thing because
We got parking.
you got parking for the 2,000 families that might be.
Yeah, and
they're
if,
not all gonna show up at the same
and
time. I get it.
Councilmember Corona, if there isn't enough parking, they'll go park across the street at the retail and be able to enjoy the restaurants over there.
Okay. Okay. So currently, there's no other park for the residents of the community, of the residential, right? There's no.
No, there's no public parks. Now, if during the course of the build-out that the home developer put in a park and it was open, that's not in my control.
Okay. Have you reached out to our environmental groups within our city, like yeah?
Yes, sir.
Which ones?
Paris Neighbors in Actions. I actually had CCAJ and invited them to dinner here. We had about 8 people show up for dinner, and I walked them through the project. And so, as you've heard, the opposition is vocal, and they've had some good suggestions here tonight. Don't trust me, make me put it in writing, those kind of things. We got their input. I heard that, and so they've been active in their involvement. So we had a outreach event on Saturday. I had the opportunity to sit down with Mrs. Gomez and her husband, and we talked for an hour, and I think I have a good understanding of what the folks that follow her want, and we're doing our best to get there.
But I guess specifically Paris Neighbors in Action. I mean, they're the premier group in Paris. Have you sat down with them particularly?
No, nobody will sit down with me.
Okay.
I mean, I
Have you reached out to them?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You've got the text, right? All of the texts for the community outreach events. I mean,
Oh,
we've-
those texts. Okay.
Yeah,
I
we've
didn't get a
done-
personal text. I just
we-
wanted to be
no,
transparent. I don't
no,
get.
I
don't know.
haven't targeted you
Okay.
personally, council member.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. I think no, I still got some got the sports card. We talked about that. We talked about that one. You're not building a warehouse again. Okay, I already asked that. The covenant, we got that.
Got the
And
covenant.
the hospital. How far are you with the hospital again?
So we have a group called Ambassador Healthcare, Dr. John Raffetto, that we've been working with. I think that might be one of the letters that I shared with you or
Okay.
or Councilmember Rab. But yeah, it's a real group, and they were instrumental in landing the Scripps project in San Diego, Hogue in Irvine. So it's not me.
Okay.
I have actual professionals.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. I'll save my comments for later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember
Councilwoman Vallejo.
Corona. And thank you for urging me to put all this in writing. I think it makes us all trust one another that much better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, my colleagues have said a lot to what I wanted to say. I guess that's always the problem with going last because everyone just takes the good arguments.
Not last, I'm last.
Almost last. But Tim, I had a quick question regarding the school. So just to confirm, the school doesn't need to be moved, or I know they may or may not want to, depending, I don't know, but.
Thank you for asking that
But they don't
question.
have to?
They do not have to. Thank you for asking that question because it was up in the air. We have a letter of intent. We're both doing our due diligence, right? So if the school has nuclear waste under it, I'm not going to be required to buy it. If my site that I'm proposing that they move to, which is twice the size of the current site, if they find something wrong with it, then they don't need to move. No one is pushing them, council member. I want to stress that. So thank you for that question.
Perfect, yeah, because I do also want to let the community know, if the community knows it or not, like, moving a school is very tough, and I'm very grateful that you are willing to give them the land, but it does take a lot more money, and it does take a bond measure that taxpayers would have to pay.
I understand that, council member. And so when they approached us, and let me be clear, they approached us about, you know, what are you going to do? How could you help us? So that's why I acquired that land. They've done site planning on it. They're in the due diligence phase, and there's an ongoing negotiation between us and them. I'm sensitive to your question about bond issues, what they have, the money that they've invested. So I will share this with you. They'll have an appraisal for what their school is worth. I'll have an appraisal for what the vacant land is. I'm sure they're going to ask me to pay their higher price because vacant land is not worth as much as an improved site.
Of course.
And that's as far as I can get into the details. But I think you can see that behind the surface, there's some economic benefit to the school. We're not requiring them, we're not pushing them. They came to us, they've designed their school.
And regarding with the schooling, I just want everyone to be aware it is not easy. It's very tough to move schools because being a former school board member, I know what it's like to build a school. Takes many, many years, 15, 20 years, depending on the community as well. So it's not an easy thing to do. So I'm glad that they can stay there as long as they want. And we have to make sure that we put that in writing because
Okay, we gotta stop right there. I'm a former school board member too. What goes on between the school and the developer is them. They have their own legislative body.
Yeah, but
We
we're
don't-
letting
we
the
don't-
community know
Doesn't matter.
about a lot of
We don't
things.
control what goes on with the schools.
We
And the
never
planning
said
commission
anything
got
about
hooked up.
controlling.
The
I'm just saying the
Planning commission got
community needs
hooked
to
on
be
that for a long
aware.
time. I don't want to see this council do the same. That's between him and the school district. He sent you a letter of interest, or letter of interest that they signed, which is just showing that they are speaking, but that's between them two. Let's move on with our questions with our project, please.
But it's always good to let the community know and that they are not in the dark because that as council members, that's what we should be doing. We should be letting them know of all the things that we know because if not, they are going to be left in the dark and then we are always going to be blamed
That's
for
not
not
up,
asking the right
but that's up to
questions.
the Board of Education to let the school parents know. Can we please move on with our project?
Councilmember Vallejo, I'm happy to share as much as I reasonably can without getting crosswise with the school district. But just to recap, we were approached by them. We're not pushing them. We've offered an alternative that they've asked us to come up with, and that's what I want the community to understand. Okay, 100% clear. We're not moving them.
Perfect, thank you. Regarding the letter of intent of that you guys say that you perhaps want to add a round one, I didn't see round one specifically written in here. It just says
It's up in the.
like a round one.
Well,
And I want to make sure that it says round one will be coming in here. I don't want any likes. I don't want any, well, maybe this. I want to make sure that that the letter of intent says round one will be here because this one seems a little vague and a little bit off.
Okay, well, my associate Kevin Wolf, who's responsible for the LOI.
Hi, so round one is a tenant under a developer at the Moreno Valley Mall. They're the one that will place round one here, and those are the ones who wrote that letter for us. So we have their commitment, so they placed their tenants.
Okay, just make sure it says round one, not like a round one, because it's a very confusing letter of intent when you read it. It just says, we're building something like this, it's gonna have bowling, and it's gonna be a style entertainment, it's very vague. But if we make sure that it's written with clear intent that they welcome, that is what the community wants and that is what the community deserves. And I would be more than happy to know that this project will include this type of entertainment center.
That was the commitment we were given.
Well, then maybe next time, make sure to put them in there that it has to be specific, because I've noticed that the council in the past, they always hear these beautiful fake promises, and then back then, it didn't turn into fruition. But now we're really on top of it as a council, and now we really want to make sure that everything is exactly real and true, and we need to put it in writing. So, and I will not support it unless if everything is in writing and it makes sure that we are going to get everything. Another question that I had for Tim is,
Councilmember,
Yeah.
can he just finish it off to, so that we're absolutely
Yeah, speak in the
crystal
mic,
clear?
Tim.
Can Kevin just finish it off so that we're absolutely clear? Because that's what we think we're delivering, and that's, we've heard you, and that's our intent here.
thank you for the clarification. And then another question for Tim is, why make the zoning an MBU and not residential if you want to be SB 330 compliant? So like if you want to do that, then I would just put
So we are,
residential.
yeah, so we are SB 330 compliant because the residential underlies. So if the housing takes off, I'll just pull back the MBU and build more housing. It's just given us the ability to move within. So the housing isn't gone, it's underlying. What the MBU gives us is the flexibility to bring a hospital, a hotel, et cetera, from that list of uses. It's confusing, but welcome to the
Definitely.
attorneys.
Right. Another thing that I wanted to note is I know you are entitled to, I think it's like about 80 acres of MBU. You are entitled to it. So you can do whatever you want with it because you own it. And you don't need approval from us or anything. Like, you can just build whatever you want to build. But I'm glad that you're taking the time to talk with residents, to talk with staff, to talk with everyone, just to make sure that everyone is happy with what your proposed project is. And that is what I'm very grateful for. You know, you're not one of the, well, it looks like you're not one of those scary developers who just says, well, I'm just going to make this and just not have any input. So I'm glad that you are adding a lot of, like, community response, and that makes me happy. But I would feel much more comfortable if the maximum amount of MBU is only 80% acres, which is yours, and I want the rest to be either categorized as commercial or residential. So all the other
So
500 acres, that's
so
what I
the
would,
MBU is commercial, right?
or we can just put commercial.
Yeah, but then we don't know because you're going to drive Kenneth crazy.
You know, but he gets paid very well, so I think he would be very happy to do that. It
Yeah.
doesn't
As
seem
long
like
as
it's a
I can
problem.
get, as long as I can get my hospital, and I think Councilmember Corona's idea of no warehouses in that covenant, I'm comfortable with that. I'd like to keep my underlying housing zoning, and I want my MBU zoning, even though I've got to come back to you, right? And we're going to have another one of these hearings if there's a hospital, because I'm sure somebody's going to say you can't put a hospital next to a freeway or something like that, and there'll be, or there's too much traffic. There's going to be some controversy, and so the next time I see you with my hospital company, I'm sure the meeting will be similar to this. So I want to keep my resi, I want to keep my MBU.
And for me, I would tell you that, you know, I want to work with you. I know that you are up there in the community and you're advocating for commercial. Everybody loves the commercial here. I absolutely love it. Parcel Hub is not really my favorite. It's not really everyone's cup of tea, but, you know, if you added, you know, there's still time for you to change your mind. And if you just say, hey, I just want to build commercial, I think everyone is going to be happy tonight. So
Well-
just giving you some extra time in case you want to change your mind.
I would
But-
tell you that we need a company like FedEx, because as I've said in my presentation, these are real jobs, they're career jobs. And without them, I can't put in my infrastructure that we need to make the rest of this fly. I can't build the houses. And so that Council Member Vallejo is probably the reason why it's been sitting since 2012.
So I'm going to tell you what I think would make me happy to approve this project. I would want only 80 acres of MBU, which is your designated area. No more MBUs, only commercial and residential. And I also want to concurrently upzone the existing MBU to residential and commercial. So in case that a residential or commercial is removed in one area, it should definitely be replaced somewhere else. And if you can, or what I would suggest is if we can remove parcel hubs and any type of industrial uses inside the MBU if we don't get to that point. Because I just want to make sure nothing, no other manufacturing, no nothing. We just want commercial and residential in that line. If you complete those requests for me, I would be more than happy to move forward, because here I am trying to play ball with you. And I think that is definitely going to make me happy. And it's going to let a lot of the community members know that you are down to play ball and you are ready to stay here in Paris with these conditions. And I don't think it's that much to ask for. It's really not. You still get your parcel hub. You still get everything. These are the only requests that I'm looking for.
Is my hospital a commercial use?
I don't know. Could it?
Yeah, hold on a second. So,
Can we
so-
put the list of uses that are allowed in the MBU?
No, there's not. That's a health.
Do you have that slide? Patricia, can we put?
Yeah, so these are commercial uses from a layman's standpoint. She will give you a list of them. And if you hear something that's objectionable, then if I strike that, I think I get you where you need to go.
Yes,
I
think we do have a list. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
we-
it's in the,
On one of the
Just-
slides.
Let's just blow through these real fast.
Patricia, bring up that table, that slide that we have.
We have to switch presentations then, can I?
All right, we can do that.
I just want to clarify, the list does not include every single use that's in the specific plan, so it's not all-inclusive.
So this list shows,
Hospitals right off the back at the
it
top.
shows all the uses only that are permitted in the MBU.
But hospitals are considered commercial, right? So we can not have an MBU and just keep it commercial / residential, right?
That's what it is.
Yeah, so why not?
You want
then-
to call it commercial and not MBU, that's fine.
No, I just don't want any more MBUs, just the MBU that's entitled to you, which is 80 acres.
Right,
And then
for
the rest,
FedEx.
only commercial and residential.
I believe MBU also allows business parks, office uses, which are a different category under commercial, which is why it's mixed business use, which is a mix of business park, offices, and commercial, and residential.
And then only my concern is
Yeah.
MBUs are just very ambiguous, and it's very easy to fall into a trap of, oh, well, like we could add something else in there too. That's why if we just put
I make a
strictly
suggestion?
commercial, exactly, yeah.
So could I delete manufacturing? That was something that you didn't,
Yeah. You can.
So let Charlie walk you through.
good evening. My name is Charlie Sisakowski. I'm a consultant. I work for EPD Solutions. We wrote the specific plan. So there is under MBU a category called, in quotes, industrial uses. And they include as permitted uses, schools, technical and trade, light industrial and light manufacturing, which I believe Tim is willing to strike from the permitted use table. Recycling facilities with the CUP, recycling facilities, reverse vending only, which we can strike that as well. Truck storage outdoor, the parcel hub we would need to maintain. There is a stipulation within the land use section that only states one parcel hub is allowed within the specific plan. Then manufacturing and industrial, for both indoor and outdoor, we could strike those, and manufacturing, pharmaceutical, hazardous material, and chemicals, which would be a CUP, which we could also remove.
Are you following? Because I don't want
So also, I would exclude, so take out take out manufacturing, take out parcel hubs. I would say business parks too, because they're like, it's great, but not for that area since it's gonna be so like congested in a lot of commercial. I want to keep up the commercial uplook of it. Like those are the ones that I want on there.
What about an office building like Clara just talked about?
I mean, I wouldn't suggest having it there if it's going to be all entertainment and sit down restaurants. I want more of that.
No, out by the freeway.
I don't think we need it. I think if we add more commercial in there. I mean, we want commercial more than business parks do. I mean, I do. I want more places to eat, more places to play and to have fun.
Yeah, so.
Can I jump in real quick?
The reason
okay.
I think I need offices is because doctors have offices. So when you get a hospital, you know how oh, well, my office is across the street.
Mm-hmm.
So those kind of office uses I still need.
May I ask a question of my colleague?
But all of those.
Hold on, Tim, hold on.
Okay.
Councilman Viejo, in terms of manufacturing, are you opposed to any sort of manufacturing, even if it's, say, a building smaller than this council chamber where people are actually building something and producing something?
I don't mind those. I just don't think it's the right area to put it in. If we really care about commercial and if we really want to bring revenue in here, I would get the most attractive thing on there since it's the exit of the freeway. That's what I prefer to have on there.
What if Mr. Howard or the subsequent owner brings, say, a manufacturing is different than a warehouse where people are storing something. Say, people are producing something in our economy, whether it be, you know, in Paris or certain manufacturing. What was the you know, I know this milling place is probably in the wrong spot here, or stretch forming, or one of those other buildings that brings tax revenue to our city, and it also provides jobs for individuals such as these fine gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the union, where they're building something and producing something for our economy. Now, it's not the same as, say, a Buffalo Wild Wings or a commercial, but I don't think Mr. Howard or any other developer is going to be able to put commercial in all that land. I've served on this council for 11 years, and during that 11 years, the only commercial spot that we've seen built is the new Walmart in the surrounding area of that. Besides that, it's been more of a pocket development, and that's just, you know, if you take out that, you go even further back. Before that, we have the Winco area that's not even fully developed, and that was built in 2006, 2007. So I think cutting out manufacturing severely limits the profitability of that area, and it severely limits opportunities for our residents. But I respect your position. I just don't think they're going to be able to put commercial in that whole entire area.
Well, I mean, I think it could also be like a case by case basis. Like if it's a great business, then I think they can do like a rezone, right? And
May I
then
make a
approve it.
suggestion? You could require those types of uses with a conditional use permit. Therefore, it's discretionary and it's not just permitted by right.
That's a great idea. I like that.
The Planning Commission did request that future projects within the MBU be heard by Planning Commission. So we have changed the specific plan directly to state that anything requiring a development plan review, which will go through planning, is required to go back through Planning Commission for review and approval. So any future project that is proposed in the future Phase 1 area, Phase 2 MBU, this will all have to go back and be heard by either Planning Commission or yourselves.
Right, but if I may, that was for development for design review. But as far as having discretion over particular use, the only mechanism is a CUP. So that's up to you.
Oh, okay. And that's what I would suggest. Like, these are the suggestions that I would highly, highly recommend you guys to really take place. And what I think is best, since this is a very long meeting and it's very confusing, I would be more comfortable continuing this meeting for the next council meeting to vote on it and you making those changes. So then we know these changes are real and we put it in writing and then we know what we're voting for. Because what I've noticed being in council, sometimes when we are here, they're always a verbal yes, but it's never written down. So we never know that it is gonna come true or not. And that's what I would suggest. I would find it more comfortable. I know when it gets late, it gets a little bit harder to pay attention, but I think if the rest of the council is okay with that, I think that's a great plan to have, because then you will already have time to do exactly what we're all telling you to do, and then you'll bring it up to the next council meeting, and then we know exactly what we're voting for, and then we're not rushing to things, because I don't want to rush into this.
Won't we have a second reading, though? If whatever we
So,
put in writing.
I was
they
gonna
will come to the
say,
second
exactly, with this, we're gonna make the recommendations that he's agreeing to, and it still has to come back for a review again.
And that would come in the
If
March
you
meeting.
do what you want to do, it's going to happen again. We're going to hear him out, and then you're still going to have to come back for another hearing again. So we're pretty much almost done here. I get my little comments, you know. so-
Mayor, I think we took down, Jeremy Crowd, EPD, we did take down the notes, the CUP requirements. This is very common practice that we often do. We got the comments, we make the revisions, staff reviews it, and then it goes to the second reading. So that's a very common practice for specific plans.
So what you're saying, Jeremy, is that
What I'm hearing is the manufacturing, the uses that we were talking about, the MBU, that are different than a commonly commercial use would be a CUP requirement. We've looked at the commercial uses in the city code, the standard commercial designation. A lot of those uses are mimicked in the MBU. It's some of the other uses that we talked about. Those could be CUPs, and we're hearing if that's the desire of the council. Of course, we want to get that direction from the council, and we can make that revision, and the staff would review that for the second reading.
All right. It's my turn, Mr. Corona. So we've heard a lot tonight, and this project has completely eliminated all the warehouses except for the hub. And the hub, as a developer, indicated that it's going to help him provide a lot of millions of dollars to do what he's conditioned to do, and to include $90 million worth of infrastructure, which benefits the city. Every time we have a groundbreaking in this city of a fast food restaurant, we get condemned by our constituents. They're tired of fast food restaurants. Even when we open up a regular business, whatever, they just the comments just flood on Facebook. And we need a Chase, we need a Sam's, we need an Olive Garden, we need Longhorn. The list goes on. He's not getting everything in there, but everything he's bringing into that commercial, this community has been crying for every time we do a ribbon cutting in our city. I personally spoke with Sam's, Chase, and Malcolm brought up Marshall's at ICSC. That's the International Council of Shopping Centers. That's where we go sell ourselves in Vegas to a conference and trying to bring these businesses to our community that the customers keep asking. And we met with Marshall's, and I don't know who was with me because it can only be 2 council members, or a mayor and a council member. And the guy says, Marshall said, we're waiting. We're waiting for you guys. We already told the developer we're going to come. And the list goes down that Sprouts is threatening to leave because we have not made a decision here, this council here. You've got all this development that wants to come in here. You asked for entertainment. We finally got this man who's going to bring in round 1. They're giving the work to the union workers. I mean, I don't know what more we can do, or what more this developer could do. I'm prepared already to make a decision and to support this project, because why? Because my community has been, you all keep talking about your community. Well, your community is shouting out for everything that this man is willing to do. He's willing to put in writing, no more warehouses, a covenant. That means they can never do a warehouse. So that's done. So let's move on with this project and get what all our community came up here and asked for. All right, who's next? Corona?
Yeah, for going back to my colleagues' questions, you know, I am whenever we bring back the map with the layout.
Which map?
with the proposed
The
map.
the full, the full,
Yeah.
the full proposal?
Full layout, yeah. Okay, so going back to that one, right? We're not just rezoning where the parcel hub's at. We're also rezoning the other MBU. So if we don't have an assurance of what's going to go in the larger MBU, why are we rezoning it, right? If a hospital comes, I'm very, very open to rezoning it from commercial to for a hospital, right? But right now we don't have a hospital in line to do that, right? So why can't we rezone that at that time? Is that something we could do, Mr. Kenneth?
Yes, we should be able to designate a commercial if we wish to. For the MBU section,
So leave it as commercial/residential. Leave it to what it is right now.
Can you put the slide of
yeah.
the existing land use?
Yeah,
Because I think you're referring to just leave the current land use
Yeah.
as is.
Yeah.
Since there are no proposals. There we go.
Right there, okay. So the area in the yellow, right? It's currently zoned for commercial, or is it currently zoned for residential? Right? So if you see Indian, draw a straight line, it's right there. It kind of goes straight right there. Can you go back to the other one?
It's
The one that showed before? Oh, I guess it's right.
The right,
No,
yeah.
well, not really. Can you go back to the other one? Right there, that one. So if you look at Indian, it goes straight down, and no, it's the other one.
that one.
That one. If you look at Indian, it would go straight down. So basically, essentially cutting that in half and leaving the east side of that as residential until we know a hospital comes, right? And then our planning commission could rezone that for the hospital. Is that something we could do? Like, are you opposed to that, Mr. Howard? I mean, it seems to make sense.
Here's what I would say, is I want to keep the MBU because I can't have a hospital wait another 5 years like this.
Why would a hospital wait another 5 years?
Because if it's residential, then we have to, if it's just residential, then we have to amend the specific plan and go through what we've gone through the last 4 years. And by then, we'll be at a loss and they will go
Okay.
elsewhere.
Well, but to
So
be-
within
go ahead.
the MBU, council member, that's an allowable use. What we've said is to put in that conditional use permit so that everything that we would process through there comes back to you. So if I have the MBU overlay on the residential can still be residential. The MBU allows me to bring that hospital that you want without having to amend the specific plan again, which is going to take another 4 or 5 years. By the time we recirculate everything, that's how long this has taken. We have sat in here and we've worked diligently with staff, and so I implore you to give us that flexibility. You're giving me the flexibility from land use. You ultimately will approve the use. That gives you what you need, and it gives me what I need.
Okay, but to be fair, it wasn't us that delayed it for 4 or 5 years, right? Because
No,
this,
it's that's how long the process takes.
right. Okay, but this is a project that was presented in 2018 or 2020, 2021, right? I mean, it was.
No, it never.
It's a lot
It
different.
never got to council.
Let our city attorney make a comment. She wants to, maybe can help a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to see if I can help. Maybe we can add a provision to the development agreement that says that the developer is required to first and foremost bring the hospital. And if they want, add the CUP, you have to do that. But then if they want to bring another use that's not a hospital, they have to show the council that they've made every diligent effort to bring the hospital, that there is a good faith attempt, and they can't recruit any hospitals. And at that point, the council will consider another use. And it's still subject to a CUP, so you would have discretion over it.
Would we be able to reserve that for 10 years and for a hospital? 10, 20 years?
100%,
Okay.
yes.
20 years?
If
I
the
mean,
developer
it's going to
agrees
come,
to it.
right? It's going to come, Mr. Howard. Hospital's going to come, right?
And what the councilman is saying, just so we're clear, it's reserve the right that you have to first, in good faith and with due diligence, pursue a hospital, and you have to show the council that you've done every good faith effort. and you just can't get a hospital to come, and then you go through a CUP. So I'm completely okay with any time frame you want to put on that.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
completely okay with any time frame.
Okay. 20 years?
We're negotiating here,
Yeah.
council member.
10?
10,
10? All right, 10.
because listen.
But it's going to happen, right? So
But-
we don't have to worry about it.
You're looking at me. Have I failed you yet?
Yeah.
Okay. The city attorney just said, you just gave me the marching orders. I got to work my tail off. I've worked my tail off for the last 4 years on this project. I will give you another 10, Councilman.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Appreciate it.
If I were close enough, I'd shake your hands and we'd move on.
That's all the questions I had.
Councilman Rab, you had a question?
Yes, just comments. So I'd like to thank all the speakers for coming out and sharing their opinions today. I would echo the sentiments of the mayor. Up until very recently, I was opposed to this project regarding the warehouse components that were in the project up until late this year. With the extension of the good neighbor policy, the warehouse moratorium, and most importantly, the covenant that the developer is willing to enter into, the written covenant that we will get in writing, that will be in the second reading of this packet, I can support this program. As the mayor mentioned, we've heard from residents over the last decade. We want something more than fast food. We have 5 Del Tacos in the city, or 4 Del Tacos, a Del Taco at every exit. We have 2 McDonald's, or 3 if you, the one in Walmart. We have all these fast food places, but the residents have made it abundantly clear. They want sit-down restaurants. They want more retail. In the time I've been on council, or just the time I've lived in Paris, I will be 40 this year, there's only been 4 major centers that have been built. The Food for Less Center, originally Food for Less, 1994, 96, 97, you started getting the theater, the Del Taco, the Rite Aid, all that was built between 94 and 96. The Stater Brothers facility that was built in 1989 to about 91 when the Sizzler was built. The Winco area that was built in 2007, and they're still finishing up with Septembers and Corky's and all that's been built more recently. And then the new Walmart that was built in 2015. In the last 40 years, those are all the centers that have been built in Paris. In 1990, we had 21,000 people. Now we have 83,000 people. People want more development. The parcel hub, when you see it, it's not the best thing. But I did have an opportunity to visit a parcel hub in Chino a few years ago. I saw people working. I saw a diverse workforce. As an African American, that's important because a lot of these warehouses, they find ways not to hire black people. And I'm just going to keep it 100 at that. I saw white people working there. Same thing. I saw different people working together, earning a living, making a paycheck. During the last few weeks, I've met with multiple people. I met Mr. Duarte at Sizzler a few weeks ago. I met with Mr. Howard. I met with Ms. Delgado regarding the commercial development. I spoke with the person that's going to be building the Sam's Club, the individual that's building the Petco, different individuals that are building things over the time frame. I did my due diligence on this. Now, there are aspects, we'd like to see the hospital built, but the fact that the developer is entering into covenant not to build warehouses in MBU land, the fact that we have our good neighbor policy basically prohibits warehousing in that whole area. The fact that if we vote on this, the MBU will prohibit any kind of warehouses. We have 3-pronged approach to make sure there is not going to be any warehouses built in that area. Now, in terms of the MBU, now commercial, it's great, but we're not going to be able to fill that whole area with commercial. MBU gives the developer or future developers the opportunity to get different uses. Now, the hospital would be the best use, but there are other uses. Manufacturing, it doesn't sound sexy, but this is what this country was built on, manufacturing. I just finished a book, What God Had Wrought. It covers American history from 1815 to 1848. During that period, America became a manufacturing hub. Over the last 50 years, we've taken our manufacturing out of this country. I have no issue with putting manufacturing there. We're actually building stuff in America. We're not shipping stuff from China into America. So I think given the totality of the circumstances, we're going to piss somebody off. I mean, the Carpenters, you guys came here today, and I appreciate your comments, and I support this project. But a few weeks ago, we pissed you guys off when we voted the moratorium. So we just, as elected officials, it comes with the job. We're going to piss people off, but I can support this project because it's going to move it forward. And I would suggest over the next time between now and the second reading of this thing, Everyone take the opportunity to meet with the various stakeholders, because I had the opportunity to meet with them, and I have 2 jobs, and I commute out to San Bernardino, and I had the opportunity to meet with them. Read the packet and make the decision. But I'm prepared to move forward today, provided that we have the written assurance that the covenant that no warehouses will be built, the covenant that Howard Industries, the developer, will make sure that we move forward on the hospital, and the fact that the sports facility will be in round 1. The people are waiting for this. The developers are waiting for this. We can't be bullshitting around. We have to move forward on this today.
So is that a motion? That's Councilman Rabb said that's his motion. Is there a second?
Wait, can I just clarify the motion? Because the second condition that you said the covenant for the hotel, but I think it was a little bit different. It's a CUP requirement for any use that's not the hospital, or any use actually. And in addition to that, a DA amendment that adds that for a period of 10 years, they would have to first, before they can come and ask for another use, they would have to show that they've done due diligence and good faith efforts to council's satisfaction. It's an important distinction, so I just wanted your motion to
Yes,
be
and I
clear.
appreciate
Thank you.
you clarifying that. If it moves us forward, yes.
City Attorney, just one clarification. The CUP would be a requirement for manufacturing uses only. Right? Is that correct?
Then maybe I misunderstood. I thought it was a CUP for any use. Okay, that's fine then. Thank you for that additional clarification.
And then, oh, I'm sorry, Patricia.
If I can just also add something else for clarification, something that was mentioned by the applicant, that he is in acceptance of a condition of approval that the 16-acre sports park shall be constructed as part of Phase 1. And not
That's
Phase
correct,
2.
yes.
And then, Councilmember Corona, I want to make sure that you understand that what the city attorney was just saying is it's diligence, good faith efforts. You and I shook on 10 years.
Give me a right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got these people in the back on the writing part, but you
All
and I
right,
shook on
okay.
10 years.
We got a first. Do I have a second?
Oh, we're already doing a motion? I still had
Yes,
some more.
there's a motion on the table already.
I'm gonna wait to speak.
So we have a first, it's late. Motion by Councilman Rabb and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Corona.
No.
Well, you're on there. Oh,
No,
no,
it's
I'm on the
it's
wrong
to
screen.
speak.
Okay. Is there a second on the motion? If no one's doing it, then I will second the motion.
For clarification for a city attorney, I understand we're voting, but I mean, I still had some additional conditions in there, so I want to make sure
So what?
that if we vote no,
Okay.
hold on.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I missed it. I thought Councilman Rapp, so what else was in there?
Oh, I still haven't had it. I was gonna finish my comments, but in there was gonna be.
Oh, well, do you want to withdraw your motion so Councilman Corona can finish his comments and see if there's additional conditions you want to add to the DA, to the approval?
I would rather leave the motion and the second on, let him add what he wants, and then we can ask the first motion if he's willing to make an amendment. I don't want to start all over again. We've been here too long. What are your,
No, yeah, I still have
what
my
are your,
comments.
what are your additions?
I want to bring up my comments. That's all.
Okay.
And then I had a additional motion. So if you want to vote for this, and then we can vote for it, unless you want to allow me to time to give my closing remarks. That's it.
Well, I would rather you give what you want to add to the motion, not closing remarks.
I was gonna give my comment. I still haven't given my comments on it. That's all. But if you want to go ahead and do the motion, that's
You
fine.
haven't given your comments on this?
No, I haven't. I asked questions, but that's okay.
Okay, give your comments.
Okay, all right. Okay, can we go back to the slide number 2? I guess on the first one.
Is that the one?
No, the one with the original one with the warehouses. I don't know, is that, I guess right there, right? So, I do want to thank all those that spoke. I know it's a long night. It's it's a very, very important thing that we're voting on. It's not easy. I know, as Councilman Rab stated, it's going to make people upset if we vote one way or the other, and I totally get it. When this applicant originally came to us after he purchased the land, it was full of warehouses, more warehouses than what you see here, and it was in my opinion very horrendous. And you know, I know that there's people in this audience that even supported that one, and that would have been a big problem had we supported that one originally. So I think about how far we've come and the project that we're bringing today. And you know, I don't think we could have done it without the voices of our residents and of course my colleagues here today. We certainly couldn't have done a moratorium and also a good neighbor policy without first having my Councilwoman Vallejo elected as well too. Councilman Rab, who actually brought up the moratorium originally, and then also working behind the scenes and ensuring that the housing component was still part of the entire project. And at the same time, I do want to thank our planning commission for working diligently. I know it was a long meeting, you know, but it's important that these decisions are being made. And I especially want to give credit to my colleague, Councilwoman Nava, who worked behind the scenes. And she's very diligent in making sure that her standard of acceptance is very high, and I think that helps out everybody else. I mean, if we had somebody like Councilwoman Nava 30 years ago, 3 people like her for the last 30 years, our city would be the premier city in the whole entire region because her standard is very high. You know, and it's just unfortunate that we've had, you know, times that even people in this room, right, people who they would settle for so much less. They would have settled for the original option, right? We'd be driving by and we'd be seeing warehouse after warehouse after warehouse. The applicant tried to bring it to us, right? And you know, I mean, I know that we've had our discussions about it. I don't hold it personal against them, right? But you know, I do appreciate the project that he's getting, whether he wanted to or not, right? He's kind of at this time forced to do it. But while talking to residents, compared to the original project, which they absolutely hated, right? And I know that there are surveys that go around, but I took those surveys, right? I know what they ask, right? They ask, do you want more jobs? And everyone says yes. Do you want more commercials? Everyone says yes. But they don't mention, hey, do you want more warehouses? Right? They never promote that. We see in the commercials, we see in the flyers too, right? I mean, just like Councilwoman Nava stated, there's not even a rendition from the freeway of what it's going to look like. It's all a commercial, and we're gonna and that is something that I hope does come back to us for the second reading, and but while talking to residents about this new project, and I talked to a lot of residents, coworkers, and even young people. And I told them, hey, this is what they're proposing. I listed it all, Sam's Club and Marshall's and you know, Olive Garden. They were really excited. And I told them about, hey, but it's going to come with the parcel hub. And they looked at that and they were like, well, shoot, you know what? I think it's worth it, right? Some of them stated, wait, but it's going to come with the soccer complex. No, but that comes for phase 2. And they were really mad. So I'm glad we have it in writing that that's going to come. That was one of my conditions. But we do have to have conditions, right? And I want to make sure we have it in writing. And you know, as Mr. J.C. Franco alluded to earlier, you know, I just don't trust you, bro. You know, so we're gonna have it in writing, okay? But the sports complex is gonna come in phase 1. I already had that written down. The covenant won't ever be a warehouse. If we could have the remaining MBU state that specifically warehouses, business park, parcel hub, and all industrial uses are prohibited. I think we already kind of said that. And I guess this is the main change that I wanted. That the 3 occupied, if we could change it from 75,000 to 176,000 square feet. And that would be the Sam's Club, the Marshalls, and the Chase, who all called me, who all said that they're gonna come, right? If we could put that as part of the condition. And then also, we gotta work with our staff on this, but I think we got it. the funding for the sports complex. I mean, if you're giving them a park, that's on you, but you got to make sure that there's a means to maintain it. Because as we know with the city, we spend a lot of resources on the parks. We like it. They're not there for us to make money on, right? We actually lose money. So we know how expensive they are. So if you're going to give somebody it and you say, hey, that's on you to take care of, you know, I expect you to be here for a long time, but if ever you're not, if ever a truck that comes along, right, we want to make sure that's taken care of. Also, the commercial must have 24-hour security. It's a big place, and I think talking to other cities, they make sure that all their new development, their commercial development has security 24 hours. It kind of helps out, cut down with the unwanted problems, the vagrants, and if we could bring back the housing element with some kind of track mass, or I guess in 45 days, that's going to come anyways. And then obviously for the reserve the land for a hospital for 10 years, and also good faith effort. So those are basically the two things was 176,000, commercial security, and I guess Councilman Rab already mentioned it, but just make sure the hospital we reserve that land for 10 years.
Are you willing to amend your motion to add those two? And
176,000 for the commercial aspect before the occupancy certificate would be issued to the parcel hub, and then 24-hour commercial security?
24-hour security patrol, security guards.
Commercial.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll add those. I'll amend my motion to add those two components.
And I will still second that as well. And now, keep in mind, the second reading's going to come back. We're going to make sure we're good with that, so.
Right.
So,
Also, I know the second reading is coming, but, you know, what we're doing is we're just telling staff and Tim to do exactly what we want, but it's all verbal. There's no written agreement yet. So I have no problem continuing it for the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks, and then we can get a clear understanding and then have a second reading. So then we know that everything that he put in there is real and that he wants to move forward with it. We just got bombarded with so much information. I would love just more time to do some more research and do my due diligence to make sure that everything is going to be in place when we vote on it. Because if we were to make the motion right now, we are just telling them, yeah, do this. That's not law abiding. That's just saying, hey, Tim, we really want you to do this, but I want to make sure that it's written. So Tim, I want to work with you. I want to vote on this. I just want to make sure that everything is official before I vote yes.
So Councilwoman Vallejo, that's the way we operate on all our projects. That's why we're here now, to direct staff what to put in these conditions. Then it comes back in writing, and that's when you're going to make the official vote. You're not approving the official thing. And we're just making staff come back for a second reading with everything we've asked for. And that's your opportunity to read that document and see if you're good too. And my last comment will be asking the applicant as well if he's good with all these conditions too. So it's not a done deal, it's Ziploc, and that's it, final. That's why we're going to come back after if we approve this tonight.
I'd like to call the question, but if Mayor would like to ask the applicant if he's okay with all the conditions that we've added, after that, if he's okay with that, I'd like to call the question for
I
a vote.
100% agree. So Tim, that's part of my script here, and that is, I want to make sure you do understand that you're aware and agree with all the conditions of approval.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Vallejo, understand that you want to have this in writing, and so do I. Okay? I'd like to get an approval tonight. Staff has been thousands of hours making sure that everything's correct. They've worked with the consultants at EPD that have been here tonight and listened to you and heard you say in writing. I understand that approval tonight is subject to that second reading. I really want to move on and be able to provide the city of Paris with this development. So I'd ask you to direct staff to modify the conditions and give me a vote of approval. You can withhold it at the second reading, but I'm confident that staff will get you to the level of comfort that you need to be at the second reading.
Tim, don't leave the podium.
Yes, sir.
You need to answer my question.
Yeah,
Are you aware and agree with all the conditions of approval?
yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Corona?
Well, no, I think Councilwoman Nava was.
Nava?
Yeah, just really brief. I've heard everyone's comments now, and I don't think this is a laughing matter. This is something that will affect us for years on out. So the fact that folks are rushing to try to get home because you've already exceeded the hours that you were expecting to be here. Again, this is not a decision that should be taken lightly, but if the council is ready to move forward. However, there was various questions even that were brought up tonight. Where are the lights for the park? What type of fencing is required? Where are all those details? And this project was proposed very vague for a reason. We don't even know what color the walls of the commercial are going to be like. There's no way to verify that. So if this continues on to the second reading as council has directed, could you please elaborate? Because I know I've gone through every link, and I know my colleagues know that I really go through the agenda and I double check things. And as much as I was looking, I could not find certain things that I was looking for. And again, the Planning Commission was a 6-hour-long meeting, and because they went on so long, and I'm sure folks in the room were probably making background noises as they are tonight just because they're ready to go home. But as a resident, as your community servant, this is something that I'm not ready to rush on. And I don't think as presented, we have the information that we need to make an educated, informed decision. And I am not fighting against commercial development. I will make that very clear. I am just fighting for our community to do better, because we are forgetting the fact that in exchange for this commercial development, we will now have to sacrifice 70 acres of what could be additional soccer parks, of what could be a bigger hospital. I am trying to get the best uses for our residents. And at the end of the day, if I sound crazy, as Howard has said at his community meetings, because I am demanding more, and yes, there's constituents who've come back and told me that that's how you feel at a professional community meeting. It just, again, speaks volumes of the type of applicant and the fact that you failed the city of Bloomington. Even when we put projects out to bid, we asked for 3 references. You failed one community. What makes us stand here and say, well, what makes us different? What can guarantee us? There's no way that we could verify that 850 jobs that you promised. Our city doesn't even go out after once this is approved. There's no way of verifying that. There's no way of verifying how much they get paid. There's nothing. If the AC goes out, well, that's going to be their problem. And again, those are my constituents. I want you to have your Chase. I want you to have your Sam's Club. I have a membership to Sam's Club, and I might, like you all, have to drive out to surrounding areas to meet my grocery needs. I have a Costco membership. I have a Sam's Club membership. And of course, I want that in my community, but it's just really frustrating that in me holding these developers up to higher standards, then it seems like I'm the only one out. And again, now we see our developer. He's been a lot more happier, I guess, since he's seen the direction of council. But I just want you to remember that initially, when I was asking him the various questions, how quick he was to become frustrated. So again, if this comes back to the second reading, there should be a lot more information. And as far as all the things I mentioned, so that's all I'm saying for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other questions, we'll call the vote.
Corona, Rab, Vargas, yes. Nava, Vallejo, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, due to the hour, I want to move that to the next Put my glasses on. The next two business items, we can move that to another meeting. They're just going to be reports on our annual public safety updates. If we can go through our item 13, council communications, if you guys can be brief. We'll start with Councilman Rab.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for coming out today and sharing their opinions. Given the lateness of the hour, I'll forego communications. I apologize if I used coarse language. I'm really passionate about the city. Thank you.
Vallejo.
Thank you for everyone coming up here and sharing your concerns. We really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Nava.
I'd just like to wish our community a happy Black History Month.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to thank your staff for Job Shadow Day and the park cleanup. Especially thank you for all the young people that were involved. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a good program. Okay, I'll forego all my, I do have to give one because we need to get a press release out, but Ever, can you put up the slide, please? Thank you. So through my office and with the help of staff, we took a pledge to uphold the principles of the Clean California Community Program. The initial process was to meet 10 out of 15 criteria items, and right out of the gate, we met 13 of the requirements through our efforts, to name a few: have an advisory board, which is our beautification committee, community cleanups, youth education, enforcement policies, stakeholder partnerships, etc. This being said, I did take the pledge, and the city did receive notice late January that we were approved and granted the Clean California designation. This is the sample of the sign that will be issued to us, and we'll be able to post that somewhere in our city where we can see fit best. So kudos to staff who worked on this with me, and this is a big one for City of Paris. That's all my comments, and City Manager.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. Move to item (15), our adjournment, and the adjournment time is 11:13. Thank you, everybody.